I don't know why I tap. I don't know, like, is that what you guys do as well? You also tap? I don't know. Okay, that's great. So thanks for joining us. Come on in, everyone. Come on in. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. We have a very interesting panel with some amazing people this morning. I'll do a quick intro to the two people who started the conversation with me about the specific topic. So we've obviously got, I love to call her Roo. That's just the way I love to do it. So I'm going to say Roo and V that are here with us today to actually chat to us a little bit about diving into the mental verse. So what is that? What does that actually entail? And how do we actually overcome any sort of stresses and objections to that as well? So come on in. Did you guys all party too hard at the event last night? What? Huh? No, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding. So what I'm going to do, so Roo and V have also asked a wonderful gentleman, Vipin, to join them today as well to discuss a few things, as well as Queen Arrow, who's also here in the front. So they'll be fielding some questions as well regarding how they also feel about this space and what it is that they also experience and the emotion that they feel around it. So obviously this is a very touchy subject, so I'm going to ask people to be very cognizant, I suppose would be the right word, of that. And let's just be kind in the room today. Okay. Over to you.
I'm not nervous, promise. I didn't stay awake until 4 a.m. stressing about this. Obviously, I'm too cool for that. But it's really cool to see everyone here today. I wasn't expecting so many people to show up. But you know, we all know how these kind of talks start, right? We've seen the TED Talks. You ask a really obvious question that everyone in the room can relate with. So to that point, we're all in the gaming industry. That's why we're here. Have you felt that your mental health was impacted at all? Like, do you feel stressed, tired? You know, anybody raise your hands? Oh, the entire room. I was going to say, if I don't see a hand, you either started yesterday or you're trolling. But we all have felt that pressure, especially end of the year. Like, there's a lot of stresses. And a lot of the conversation around mental health in the gaming sphere is very unproductive. You know, you hear things like, oh, just take a break, look after yourself. Just block the haters, don't pay attention to them. But none of that really helps. How do you take care of yourself? How do you navigate those negative conversations that we have online and in the gaming space? And I wanted us to start an honest conversation around that today. So that's why you're all here. That's why Dr. Vanessa is here. And we have Vipin and Queen Arrow from different parts of the industry to share their experiences as well. And I want this to be a casual conversation. This is not a presentation. I want us to just get to be honest a little in a space where we don't often get to do that. So I would normally be the one that introduces everyone and says a thing, but I would rather each of them say something for themselves. So please, if you wouldn't mind.
Do I have to stand?
No, you can sit.
Okay, this is just chilled, right? Okay, how's it, everyone? I'm V Psych. I think quite a few of you look familiar. I am a psychologist based in Joburg, but I'm also a Twitch streamer. Mainly just do cozy chill games, but we also focus on various mental health topics in our streams. So yeah, that's me. Special interests in trauma, anxiety, and depression as well.
And to keep things comfy, I'm going to bring the mics to you. I'll start here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia, but I go by the name Queen Arrow. I'm an esports athlete, a content creator, also a law student from Kenya. And it's honestly an honor to be here. And as I said, it's going to be a very honest, raw conversation. And I hope I can share my insights. And I'm also here to learn from everyone today. and see how we can navigate these very tough conversations that no one seems to want to have.
Hi everyone, my name is Vipin. You can see. Oh yeah. Oh, I'll just stand and I'll just head back down there. So hi everyone, my name is Vipin. So I'm from a small island called Mauritius. I don't know whether you know. And my career path to gaming is quite unique, which I will expand on probably later. So my profession is architect, so not software architect, but designing buildings, interiors, and got into gaming with to visualize spaces using game engines, real-time engines, etc. So yeah, look forward, super excited to learn from you, and hopefully I can share also some of my insights. Thank you.
Well, there we go. So lots of different perspectives, and that's the point of these conversations, right? We can't all have the same understanding. We all live our own lives from very different spaces and spheres, and we all have different experiences based off that. But I think something that a lot of us have in common as creatives is, well, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking for myself here, but imposter syndrome is a pretty rough thing to have to deal with mentally. And I think I've spoken to a lot of creatives in the industry, and we often are our own worst enemies. You'll sit in a room full of people and you're like, I don't know how I got here. What am I doing here? These people are so cool. And that train of thought just runs through your minds. How do you deal with that? Because you don't want to let that sabotage your growth as a creative and risk not achieving your potential. So I would like to hand over to you here and ask you to just tell us a little bit, like sort of in a nutshell, what does imposter syndrome look like? What can it feel like? And how can we start overcoming those feelings?
So yeah, it's something we're seeing more and more of, and certainly in the gaming community we're seeing a heck of a lot of it. Basically, imposter syndrome is that feeling of not being deserving of what you are achieving. So you'll hear a lot of things of like, oh, I just got lucky, or maybe if I got subs, like, oh, those people felt sorry for me, so they subbed that day, and that kind of thing. So it's feeling like you, even though you've put in all that hard work and all that effort, and it's actually about you, that you're not deserving of what you are achieving. And on that note of subs, before I get into it, something I just want to say to a lot of the streamers is there are a number of steps that a person has to go through before they subscribe to your channel. Okay, there are a number of buttons that they need to press. They're doing it because they want to. They're doing it because you're offering something to them that is actually valuable. Okay, so getting into imposter syndrome, what do we start seeing? It's quite ironic, actually, because what happens is we have an idea, or we have a project, or whatever the case might be, and three things seem to happen simultaneously. One is I procrastinate. The other is I get very anxious. And the third one is I over-prepare. So sounds a bit odd because I'm procrastinating, but I'm over-preparing. And then what happens is I achieve, I finish the project, it's done quite well, close the door on that, and then those thoughts start creeping in. Oh, maybe I was just lucky this time. And those kind of things start to creep into the head. And we then start to see quite a high level of anxiety. And we see that go in a number of different ways. Sometimes that anxiety fuels the person to push harder for the next project. So then they push harder and harder and harder. And the problem we then end up seeing is it leads to depression. And other times it causes the person to go into that freeze response. So you'll quite commonly, I think, have heard us psychologists speak about the fight or flight or the freeze response. So some go into the fight or flight, and then eventually they drop into the freeze. Others just go into that complete freeze response. And it's a very difficult one to work with in terms of, at the end of the day, you're going to be asking yourself some really tough questions. And they're going to be questions along the lines of, how do I think about myself? How do I view myself? And that sounds simple, but it's quite a tough thing to answer when you start really thinking about it. a lot to unpack. You know, often, or almost always, how we view ourselves is not how other people do. And that is a lot of what we see with imposter syndrome, is actually, if I have to really dig deep into this, this is about what I'm struggling with in terms of myself and my self-esteem. Look, there are personality traits and all kinds of other things that contribute to this.
If there are any questions, because this is a conversation, a discussion, shout, ask, put up your hand, go, hey. And then I will bring a mic to you as well so that we can capture it on the stream. But it's, again, totally up to you to be comfortable. Okay, does this work? Are you sure? Okay.
So it's actually quite a recent thing for me. Yeah, it's not because being a musician, I know that's coming up in the new concept. It's been a lot having people like, okay, yeah,
Oh, for the stream, okay.
oh, the stream. Hello, streaming. So basically, this is actually a little bit triggering for me because it's actually something I've experienced at this conference. Like I'm experiencing it right now because I have found people that are interested in my research and my concept, and bear with me, dumb people make intelligent people feel dumb. And I've been experiencing that with universities that I've engaged with and stuff, with my research and stuff, and it's been taxing because for 3 years now I've been writing a pre-proposal for what I'm doing, and I came to this conference out of, you know, the blessing of a friend and friends and stuff, and all of a sudden I've got people like super invested in what I'm doing, like showering me with like, you know, opportunities and gifts and stuff, and the only feeling I have, it's gratefulness, but to the point of feeling anxious and feeling completely undeserving and feeling like, because my 10 years of working in the music industry, first of all, and then it's been riddled with disappointments. I'm so used to it, I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to jump out. Psych, you know? With that said, it's like, what I want to ask is, yes, there's so many people that have come up to me, so many people that have touched my shoulders and been like, you deserve this. That makes me uncomfortable. Like, they want to hug me and they will like, just breathe. And I'm just like, oh, please just leave me alone. I don't know. I just want to go sit in the bathroom and like cry. So what is your advice and like the coping mechanism? Yes, okay, breathing exercises, grounding yourself, etc. But like, at the end of the day, like, what can you really do with 10 years of disappointment and then like being praised so much and then feeling so undeserving that you actually just want to step away from it and you just expect disappointment. So at this point, every opportunity I've been given, I just expect it to fail. So how do I, know what I mean?
What I'm hearing here is for 10 years, it's not been comfortable, but it's been home for you. The constant disappointment and that kind of thing. And one of the things you said is it makes me feel so uncomfortable, and I think one of the tough questions there is going to be why. What about it is making me feel uncomfortable? Which is a bit of a hard, I mean, we're having an honest conversation here, and some of these things are really tough questions to answer. The other thing for me at the end of the day is whose voice do we listen to? Often we listen to the loudest ones, and those aren't the ones we should be listening to. And I think that's a large part of it as well. I think what often helps is when I explain to people on a more sort of neurobiological level what's happening here. Your brain pretty much is split into two automatic parts. And what I spoke of earlier, the flight or fight, or the freeze response. But what we do have is we all have like a little window of tolerance. So in other words, what is traumatic or stressful for me might not be for you, and vice versa. And what happens is over a period of time, if I'm experiencing that continuous stress and disappointment and all of that stuff, my window of tolerance starts to shrink. So what I was able to actually tolerate earlier, I cannot do anymore. And now when people start to compliment me and they start to recognize the value in what I'm doing, my window of tolerance is actually trying to grow again. And it's putting me completely out of my comfort zone. And you're going up into that flight or fight response, which is where the anxiety comes into play. So what do you do was the question from here. It's working with why am I so uncomfortable with this, asking myself those questions. It's looking at why am I uncomfortable with my window of tolerance widening. I've been in a place that's been so uncomfortable for so long, but I'm so used to it. And how do I make this a new normal, and whose voices do I listen to? Because you said it earlier, dumb people make intelligent people feel dumb. Who do you want to listen to? The dumb or the intelligent? Hope that helps.
That was a really cool question. And it's something that I've struggled with, and I just also realized as I was thinking about that, the reason why I'm standing here, I didn't introduce myself at all, like, well done me. I'm a content creator. I've been streaming for about 4 years, and I grew within Nibble Esports. I was one of the first content creators they signed, and I've worked my way up to president of the organization. And in my personal life, I'm also a copywriter, so I'm a creative in both spheres. And something that helped me a lot with that, like, accepting validation was discovering Maslow's hierarchy. I was like mind blown. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, basically, to very simplify it, is to say that there are things that we need as human beings to achieve happiness and satisfaction and, you know, like peace. And one of those things is validation and acceptance from community spaces. And we're often told, especially online, that, you know, seeking validation is shallow or pathetic. And I'm sure we've all heard various iterations of that. When in oh. But the truth is, we need it. It's part of our need as a human being. We're allowed to want validation. We're allowed to ask for it. We're allowed to accept it. And when you're giving yourself permission on that very biological level, it does make it easier when the little wheel starts turning and it's becoming a lot to deal with. So, on that note of, like, you know, hearing a lot of negative things from people all the time, if you're cultivating an online community, which content creators have to do, and more often now than not, devs as well, you feel the pressure to have an online presence, to be a brand, to sell yourself, you know. And you touched on it as well as a musician, you kind of do have to sell yourself. It's not just your idea, people buy into the person. And that exposes you to a lot of negativity. A lot of people who will have a lot to say about what you do, but don't actually have any useful advice to give. So, maintaining a positive community space can be really difficult, and I think a lot of us fall into the trap of good vibes only, which creates a lot of pressure on us too. Nobody can be happy all the time. And there's a big thing for me, especially in the content creator space, about toxic positivity. And this is a bit of a touchy one. Like, I have had some awkward conversations with people like, why would you not want to be positive? It's not about not being positive. There's a difference. And I would actually like to ask you to just elaborate a little bit on, like, what does healthy positivity look like?
Yeah, so I think when we look at toxic positivity, I think for those of you, maybe the term is new to, it's positivity to the point where we kind of negate and we leave out the emotions that are a bit heavier. And we value that positivity and that happiness as the only and the goal. And we invalidate all the other feelings. And I mean, those ugly feelings are there. We're all going to experience them. It's the reality. And by sort of saying, you need to be happy or just be grateful, or just, what I'm doing is I'm taking away from that person what they're experiencing. and what they're actually feeling. So it's not about, as Rue was saying, it's not about like, let's not be optimistic and let's not be positive. You know, those are great qualities, but let's be real. Let's be real through this. We go through all that stuff. And people are often trying to be helpful by saying like, everything happens for a reason. You know, and I mostly want to hit people when they say that, to be very honest with you.
I'm gonna kick you in the knees for a reason.
Because sometimes there is a reason, but a lot of the time there isn't, or we can't see it. And it is very much just taking away from that person's experience and what they're feeling at that point.
I wanted to ask, so I've been fangirling for the most part since Sylvia arrived. I've been following her for a while. And you've had some really incredible experiences that I'm sure have pushed your community to grow, sometimes very suddenly. And I'd like to ask you, what are some of the challenges you faced as your online presence has grown, and how are you overcoming them?
Frankly, I guess I faced a lot, like, it was an amazing experience, seeing that all these people, like, they're vibing with what I have to offer, and that, a lot of people look up to me. But I guess part of that was, as you said, imposter syndrome, because if it's not my own online community, like, I go to a lot of these talks that I'm invited to as a visiting speaker, and half the time I find that more often than not, the youngest person in that room, and at times I'm the only person of color in that room, it's kind of hard to wrap my head around that, since I'm from a majority black country. So I'm like, oh, I'm the only black person in this room, or sometimes even the only woman in that room. And you have to, like, face these uncomfortable emotions, because you're like, why am I here? What is it that these people see in me that I'm struggling to see in myself? And I realized that it's an issue of, this is just an epiphany I had last week, is that I'm struggling with, I'd say, self-love and feeling at home in my own skin. And I don't have I'm not going to lie and say that I have the answer to that, but I think the first step to, I'd say, tackling these issues of imposter syndrome, or dealing with, like, trying to create a healthy community, is to acknowledge these feelings and not, and not say that, I'm gonna deal with it. Just say, this is happening and I don't have the answer to that. And when you don't have the answer, this is where you can't be an island. You can't say that I'm going to deal with it alone. It's okay to seek help from people who might have better insights as to how to deal with these issues. And I'm so fortunate that I've had the Red Bull team. I talked to them about this and said, I can't deal with this anymore, and they were more than happy to give me the help that I needed. And I'm taking that and say incentive. Because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force force the horse to drink it.
What's really awesome for me there is, like I think Rue touched on it earlier, is we talk a lot about mental health, and there's this push towards it and all of these things, but it's very surface level. A lot of the time it's like, yeah, I believe in it, you should do it. But honestly, for those of you who've ever been to therapy, it requires a heck of a lot of bravery to sit there and to do that and to be that open. So I think it's incredibly brave of you to be able to ask those questions of myself, like, I'm uncomfortable in my own skin, but also then to reach out and seek that help.
So that brought to mind this whole weekend actually has been such a huge exercise in pretty much all of the things I struggle with my personal mental health. Something I seek out is those real honest conversations they're incredibly valuable, also hard relatable. And after one of the get-togethers, a couple of us found ourselves in the hotel lobby, having a couple of drinks at the bar, and sort of just started asking questions. What do you like about yourself? And for a lot of us, that was like I don't know. But that's a question I think we all do need to sit and marinate on a little. What do you like about yourself? And what ended up coming from that whole conversation was that we all are going through a lot of the same things. We all could relate to each other's struggles, and it's just so much more obvious that we need to be having these kind of conversations. I think burnout and a lot of the challenges we face would be less severe if we all realized the community that we're part of and that we're all genuinely going through the same things. All of the internal and external, like, people wrangling can be very exhausting. So, to open up, like, does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Hi, just to go back a few steps back about the toxic positivity. So the one question I do have is that, okay, let's say in an instance you grew up around an environment of toxic positivity, and the one challenge that you oftentimes face is that once like you realize that you can't always be positive, how can you stop yourself from shutting down from the world, dealing it with yourself, and then coming back and then giving everyone that positivity energy again? Because I'm one person that I'm always positive. I believe no one has ever seen me like sad, angry at school. No one has ever seen me in that manner. And half of the time, when I'm going through something or a project is like stressing me out or anything like that, I break down, but no one sees me breaking down. I break down in my own space, and then 2 days, 3 days, I come back, I'm the same old way. So I just wanted to know, how would you deal with, or what advice do you have on that spectrum?
So, sure, that's a loaded one. So a lot of that is, it's learned behavior. So being in an environment like that where you've been exposed to that level of toxic positivity, I learned that behavior. Learned behavior is a very difficult thing to unlearn because it's something that we just do without even thinking about it, and often we need people to point it out to us. But I'm going to be honest with you. If I had to see you have that breakdown in front of your community, I'm going to relate so much to that, and I'm going to say that is real. That is real. And it's difficult because we don't want to be vulnerable in front of other people. Like, it's human nature. That is how we are created. We are created to survive. We're created to avoid that vulnerability. But to be vulnerable like that in front of people is to be human. And people can relate to that. And they respect that. And they look up to it. And they go, jeepers, so then what I'm going through is actually also normal, and it's also okay. And you're normalizing that for so many other people. So it's a hard one, but I want to almost encourage everyone here, be real with your communities. They appreciate that, you know.
If you're scared of doing it with the community, find one person to start with. Just one.
Yeah, I'm a psychologist, and I'll speak to people about when I was depressed or when I was anxious. People think you've never been there. Everyone is human.
Hi everyone. What she said, the whole topic that we just spoke about actually really spoke to what I was about to say. So being vulnerable and finding a beautiful line, and look, everyone streams for a different reason. My purpose is to create like Cozy Scary, which is kind of hilarious because they're very much different. But I'm trying to create a community. I'm very new to all this, obviously, but I'm trying to create a community of like slight escapism, where like we can come in and have a good time, but we do talk about relevant topics, but we do it in a way that's not like and also I hate this term, but like trauma dumping, where like you say something in stream, but it might trigger someone else, and I don't want that. I want to create like a space. Again, everybody streams for a different reason, and is comfortable with being open and vulnerable, which I'm happy to do myself, because it creates relatability. But like, how do you find the line between being that safe space for someone to just be like, Kenny's streaming, I'm just going to be able to like let go and laugh at them making a fool of themselves and playing some random game that might, you know, make me feel nice, and then also making that person feel heard and feel supported. You know, like I want to be there for my community and I want to help them, but I'm also so nervous that they come in and they trauma dump, that triggers other people. Again, I hate the word trauma dump, but how do you create that space where you're supportive, but you're also not opening up your stream to potentially making other people face something that they don't want to face when they come into stream? They want to like talk about, you know, that we are a community and we want to support, and they want to talk about cupcakes and rainbows, and I might actually have an answer to that. Amazing, amazing.
I was going to ask, is there actually a creator who wants to answer that question other than me?
So I'm going to touch on this very quickly because I do have one question that I really want to ask you before we have to wrap up the panel. And obviously, like when you start conversations like this, there's a lot to talk about. So please know that this is just the beginning. Like I wanted to start the conversation. It's going to grow from here. But basically, to answer, very short answer to your question, my stream, I had the same problem. So I created a veto command. At any point in time, if the topic is hurting someone or they're having a hard time dealing with it, exclamation veto, that topic ends right there. No questions asked, stop. People who want to continue their conversation can join a Discord call and a channel and chat there away from the space. But it allowed a better control over that immediate environment and people could still have a good time. So moving on to the last part that I think a lot of us touch on, and that is burnout. How do we cope with burnout? Those days when you wake up and you're like, I hate everything. And all of us have different ways of coping with that. Some of us don't, me. But when we were talking, you know, on the first day of Africa Games Week, I had the pleasure of chatting to Vipin, and he had a really interesting answer, very different to a lot of the creatives I've spoken to. So I'm going to hand you the mic here.
Hi again, everyone. So my way of coping may be quite unique and some may say bizarre as well. So with my background in architecture, it was very intense. So it's 5 years study, 2 years training in between, and 2 years training after, it's like 9 years. There's definite burnout in between, right? So when I went back home, I was like, oh, why did I do architecture, right? And when I was studying, I came, as part of my research, across game engines. And I started making visualizations for architecture initially. And when I came back to Mauritius, I realized there's no, well, there were people making games, but no kind of, no one publishing. It was just like game jams or, you know, small demos. So I started making just for fun of it, and I realized quickly that this was my outlet, my escape route. So game design was my escape route. So, and I started being more creative than in architecture in a way, because in architecture you have limitations which they don't teach you at university. They only teach you to be creative, you know, look at crazy things. But then there's this thing called gravity or contractors, right? And you suddenly realize, yeah, you need columns to hold these buildings down, and you have beams, and you have to work with engineers, you have to work with contractors, and all of these professionals, of course. So, and the worst thing for me is are the contractors. So dealing with them on site, and back home, I'm not too sure how it is here. But back home, the contractors are the architects, the contractors are the engineers, they know everything, right? So they have their say on your design kind of thing. And this was very frustrating because studied so long and you couldn't like do what you wanted to do, sort of thing. Sort of what I was doing with my design on paper. So game design started being like a revelation to me. And since I didn't have any help, I think most of us here, from my speaking and approaching to African game devs, is we all looked at YouTube, Brackeys. I think everyone just knows who Brackeys is, right? And all these amazing developers, and there's some that are only like 9 years old. I'm like, wow, how can you develop when you're 9 years old? But yeah, started looking at these videos, started making those games, and I found myself being more creative, more engaged. So when I was having issues at work, I think we all do, don't we? Went into game design at night, and that made me happier. And at work, when I was having a bad time, I knew that at night I would be doing something I like, so it kind of appeased the thing a bit. And that's how I ended up doing one game every year. So I started with mobile, at first mobile game, and with each game I tried to add a little bit to it. So first time it was, okay, just get one level out of the way, even though it's not optimized, and even though it's not, you know, and get it published. Second one was, so I did a 3D, I'll go on to 2D, which I like drawing, so the second one was like a game, 2D hand-drawn game. Third one was about the graphics. Fourth one, how to add levels. So it kind of kept going up and up until I'm doing the one for PC, so it's my first one, where I am, oh, and one thing, with all my games, it's mostly about Mauritius, because we don't have enough, we have plenty of, you know, American, Western, European games. So mine is all about Mauritian folk tales, Mauritian environment. So that's where the architecture comes in as well, so environmental design. And yeah, so the latest one is more about how can I make a game complete, even though, you know, not 50 hours or something, but just like a couple of hours, I'll be happy with it. And of course, when I started doing game design, I started burning out as well, because there's so much into it, and that's why I go back to my architecture. So it's like this feedback loop. So I think it's important to be multidisciplinary in a way in this day and age, having two aspects that you like doing. So I know when I'm, you know, down on one thing, I go to the other one. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I feel like all of us can see that moment when someone starts talking about something that they really love, like the energy just turns on. And for me, the whole, like, it kind of brought everything into a nutshell. Like, when we struggle with imposter syndrome, with all of the things that come with being a creative, everything that we've touched on now, and then you add burnout to that, what can help so much is bringing it back to, why do I love it? Why am I doing this? We all started with it because it was something that ignited a spark of excitement, of passion, of whatever, curiosity. Bringing that back to doing something for you again. Even if you have to do it as your day job, find a reason why you're doing it for you. And that has helped me so much when it has come to those days when you just feel like, why do I bother with anything? Like, I'm just so tired, everything sucks, people suck, life sucks. Come bring it back to something that makes you happy. And like you said as well, just do one thing. Doesn't have to be perfect, don't have to release a whole thing in one go, just like one step. Take it out there, put it out there. People will validate that, they'll see it, they'll appreciate it. Yeah. So before we wrap up, if there are any final questions.
V, I think this is probably directed towards you. As a community, what I wanted to know, we were talking about how we can sort of help each other. And then with that, how can we make sure that that help that we give to each other is having a positive impact instead of having a negative impact as well? So I guess the question is, how can we help each other in this space?
So, a very good question. There's a very fine line, I think, between when we should also hand over to a professional and knowing when we should do that. And I think that's not even just with each other. I think that's with people who come into chat and that kind of thing as well. When do we go, I need to hand this over to a professional. This person needs help that I can't provide. But just simply by saying, I'm here for you. So I'm not trying to give advice. I'm not trying to understand how you feel, because the reality is we're never going to understand how somebody else is feeling. So just saying, like, I'm here for you. You've got this. You're doing well. I appreciate you. I enjoy what you do, whatever the case is. Just by offering small things like that is going to make the biggest difference, because I'm still validating the person. I'm not invalidating their feelings. And the reality is where we're at is always changing. That's the truth, you know. So if we try and meet somebody where they're at, there's still a whole lot of change going on. I don't know if that helps or answers your question.
And on that note, consent, everybody, is a great concept. I don't know if you might have heard of it, but it applies in this field as well. You know, like when a lot of us want to offer advice, or, you know, when somebody's struggling with something, oh, I know how to fix that. It's not always about that, fixing. Hey, would you like to hear how I did this thing? Can I tell you about the time that I've solved a similar problem? That goes a long way to helping the person, first of all, feel like they've been seen. And that can start a lot of those healthy, helpful conversations and let people know that you genuinely care about them. So I think I probably do have to wrap up now. Yep, 10-2. The time is so short. But I'm genuinely so blown away by the fact that you all thought this was something interesting enough to come and listen to. And like I said before, this is just the beginning of the conversation. Next year, we're talking more, and we're going to break down these different areas, because obviously, as we've unpacked here, there's a lot of different aspects to talk about, and all of us have those different fields that we're in that we can benefit from. But if you do want to carry on the conversation between now and the next Africa Games Week, which is a whole year away, please chat with each other here, can make those connections. I'm Ruthie on Fire on social media. I talk a lot about mental health. I'm also autistic, so I talk a lot about those sort of things as well, neurodivergence and stuff in this space. And V_psych on Twitter as well. Please drop a follow there. And we can carry on those conversations and keep building this community in the meantime. And a big thank you to everyone who joined me on the panel today, and obviously to Africa Games Week as well for giving me the opportunity, for paying attention when I pitched it, even though this is wildly out of my comfort zone. And I hope to see all of you throughout the rest of the day and next year.
Can I just say thanks to Rue for organizing this? She was the brainchild behind this. And the one thing I just wanted to end with is probably the most profound thing that anyone ever said to me, and it's maybe something that as content creators you can take forward with you, is when I'm in any kind of conversation, conflict, whatever it might be with somebody, whose need or whose problem am I dealing with here? If it's mine, I can work on it. If it's theirs, I can't. And that helps me to move on.
Picture with the phone. Looking up? I think that's still the online version. Extended.
What's the issue, everyone? Okay, because we're running very late on this side.
There we go.
One, two, and two.
All right, everyone. Thank you for that. Not quite 3 minutes. It was more like 5, but at least I got you back here within the 5. There we go. So thank you, everyone, for rejoining our panel today with Snare. So he's going to be talking to you about casting with a purpose. So there's going to be some fun sort of elements that he's going to do and possible prizes that you could win. So let's be interactive today. Okay. And then, sorry. Just to keep the program running a little bit, because we are running behind, can you guys, Twitch is happening right after this. So Mitsur is going to be speaking about how you can better use the Twitch platform, not just from like a gaming perspective, but what else there is. So if we can't do a bathroom break and come back again, because otherwise lunch is going to be over by the time you guys are all out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. So, it's a classic mic, we can't drop it. So, hello everybody, for those of you who don't know, I'm Snare. I'm somewhat of a content creator, but these days I mostly just cast. I'm involved in esports. I'm actually the only person this weekend who's on the other side of the mic. Later on there's a panel on the business of esports, but that's sort of behind the scenes. Unfortunately, our industry still needs people in front of the camera, so that's mostly my role. And the thing I want to talk about today is casting with purpose. A lot of people ask me, how did you get into it? What's the situation? How do I make sure that I get as far forward as casting as I humanly can? And I was talking to Scan, to one of my friends about this just now, and my first piece of advice, don't. But if you get past that hurdle and you really, really, really want to do it, there are a couple of things that I've learned over the last, 10 years that I've been doing this that I think could be useful to share with everybody. So the first thing I think that's quite important about when you're doing casting, there are a lot of different roles involved in esports in terms of who's in front of the camera. Obviously, you'll have your caster, there'll be a host. So there's different people. I'm not sure if I can move the mouse here. You have your panelists there, you have your host, you have your stage host, you have your casters, you have people who are conducting interviews. There's just so many different things that you could possibly do. So the main thing, the most important thing, is to actually find out where you personally are comfortable. It doesn't help if you want to be a host, but you are really terrified about speaking alone in front of an audience. It doesn't help if you want to be a caster, but you don't necessarily have a way to captivate an audience. It doesn't help if you want to be an interviewer, but you struggle to look people in the eye while you're asking them questions. So it helps to just sit for a while and ask yourself, what are you good at? What do you think you could improve on? and what could you reasonably do? After a while, if you ask yourself this pragmatically enough, it'll become very apparent what you're actually capable of. It does also help sometimes. Over a long enough time, you'll be able to find that one thing can transfer into another. I started personally, I was just casting, nothing else. Soon after, people asked me, hey, why not do an interview or two, because nobody else is there to do the job. It turns out being around those people long enough, I knew how to talk to them, I knew what to say to them. Suddenly, it starts to make more sense how to become an interviewer. While I'm interviewing these folk, you start to realize that, well, I'm technically, even though it's just a camera, me and one person, we're technically still talking to an entire X amount of people live. So maybe I could end up hosting. You try that out, you figure out, oh, I can actually do this. Sweet. You decide from that point onwards, well, I'm already hosting the show. Might as well run a panel or be on the panel. Figure out how to be able to make that work. But it wasn't a straight jump from I cast and then suddenly I'm heading up the panel. There were all these small micro steps in between. But what it required out of me was to, at each step, actually ask myself, what am I doing? How am I doing it? How can I improve upon it? If you think you sound terrible under certain conditions, figure out how to make those conditions better. So for example, I know that I have a tendency to ramble. So try to make sure that we curtail when rambling is going to happen, stick to the topic. If you have to do some tricks, like at my early stage of the career, I literally had a timer on top of my computer, and I set it for 2 minutes. No matter what the topic was, I had 2 minutes. It has to be within that, can't go overboard. After a while, I don't need the clock anymore. You just get a natural sense of how you're going about it in that way. So very important, find that voice. Figure out what gap you're filling. And by gap, I don't just mean necessarily what role you're doing, but I also mean how you're doing it. If we're going to use music, for example, if you wanted to be a rapper tomorrow, right? There's a million trap artists, there's a million 21 Savages, there's a million Lil Uzis. If you're going to sound exactly like them, no matter how good the quality is, nobody cares. That gap has already been filled. So what is it about you that will make people want to listen to you, will make people want to engage with you, will make people have a reason to get you over and above anybody else in that particular situation? So very important to be able to do that. And that last part there, where it says, how will you be remembered? It's not necessarily about legacy in that particular one, but it's more about, if I just say the name Snare to you, what comes to mind? What is the story that is immediately invoked in your mind when you think about not just the work I'm doing, but...
And yeah, creative musician, a lot of things.
A musician, you say?
Yeah.
So tell us, what kind of music do you produce? And what do you make what are you thinking of when you're making your music?
Thinking in what way?
In any way, however you want to define it. What comes to mind, and how does your music make you feel as well?
Yeah, so I guess as most creative things, music is expressive, so it can come from a lot of places. It's a different thought every time. So I mean, I'll go from, depending on how I'm feeling, I could write a happy song, write a sad song, I could write, but it's always very much emotive, very much like from the heart, very in-depth, you know, stuff like that.
That definitely makes sense. Thank you, Sir Krim, for helping us forward. Please give Krim a hand here. And that was just a quick demonstration of just a quick interview. We had no idea that was going to happen. He had no idea it was going to happen. But did you feel uncomfortable while we were talking about this? Right? And how many times have you all seen interviews where the person looks like they'd rather be anywhere else in the world than that exact spot right there? So part and parcel of it is making sure that if you are, no matter what you're doing, also figuring out how to make the people you're working with comfortable. If I'm hosting a panel, I'll talk to the panel about what I want out of the panel, and you try to think about what their strengths are, how to make them look and sound as good as possible. If I'm interviewing, I want you to be comfortable. We're going to talk about things that you actually enjoy talking about. I'm sure you could all see his face. When he's talking about Nibble, he's happy. When he's talking about just life, he's okay. Talking about music, he's happy. All right, now I know what to focus on, what to talk about, and that's the important thing. All right, sweet, we're back on, yay. So that's part and parcel of also being remembered is how people feel about you as well, not just the image that gets invoked when they think about you in that way. So another thing that's very important is finding your audience. My man here, Rusty, been in the game for a long time, a very long time. And when you've been around for a long, long time, one of the things you realize is audiences are very fickle. And some 95% of everybody that's going to engage your content and engage what you're doing is there not for you. They're there for the game. They're there for the title. They're there for the thing around you. So it's also very important to find out what is that thing that, firstly, I would say find more than one title, find more than one way to be engaging, to be entertaining, but also find a title that you could realistically see yourself doing for free, for 0 viewers, for a long, long time, until people care enough to start engaging you. So the titles that I have on screen here, weirdly enough, this is all the games that I was involved in the last 2 years, I think. There are a lot of them. Some of them I'm way better at than others. But the reason why there are so many of them is, I started with Dota, there at the bottom left, the most important one to me, honestly, in my heart. In Dota, the one thing I learned is there's so many casters, and a lot of them were much better than me for much longer than I've been around. Not that true anymore, but you know, it was rough going. That first part, discover who it is you're talking to. Within any given audience, there's going to be things that, let's say, even this side of the room will care about more than this side of the room. If the aircon were to start blasting wind in this way, y'all might not feel it, not going to care that much. If I'm spending the entire time just talking about the aircon, you're like, what the hell? What's going on here? It's not really an issue. So finding out who in the audience do you actually want to talk to. You have to be very intentional about it. And if it's going to be, let's say you're casting Counter-Strike, and you're the kind of person that is really, really keen on exact map movements, you're really, really keen on exactly how utils are used up, and you're really, really keen on precision in the game, there's going to be a certain way that you're going to naturally want to talk about it. But ask yourself, is that what people want to hear? Is that what, by and large, people want to engage with? If it is, awesome, you found yourself in a very cool position. If it isn't, then you have to make some adjustments. At no point did you ever feel that you're going to be the centerpiece. You help, you're there to elevate the thing. The thing is better with you in it, but the moment you start approaching it as, I'm the one that should be making this thing happen, yeah, it's not going to work out for you. And when I say give them a reason why they should listen to you, I don't mean in just the sense of say cool things, say nice things, and say things that will be remembered, but also give somebody, nobody likes to like somebody that nobody else enjoys, right? No one has to defend people and say, well, I know this person's a piece of shit sometimes, but trust me, there's occasions where they really do well. If everybody in the audience knows that by approaching you, by engaging your content, there's a guarantee of a certain level of quality, there's a guarantee that even if it's a title you've never done before, it's not going to sound boring, it's not going to be one of those things where it's amateur hour. You're going to be immediately immersed and feeling like it's elevated. I think that's what I want to use a lot throughout today's talk, elevation. That's like primarily our job as casters is to elevate the product, not the other way around. And then at the very end there, do not stagnate. What was working 3 years ago is not going to work today. How you sounded back then, it's generally going to be embarrassing, if I'm honest. Whenever I go back to old casts, I'm like, wow, I sound awful. But the more you do it, you figure out where you need to evolve, which direction is it actually useful for you to go into. Because if you don't, you know, we all know some casters in whatever title. It's like, oh yeah, what happened to that guy? That guy was pretty great. He was so hot for a while, but then just nothing happened. Just stayed the same person. The landscape will change, the game will change, the world changes, people changes. If your product doesn't change, it's not going to work out, just given that everything is always in flux in that way. So for example, Rusty, join me for a second, brother. Join me for a second. Give Rusty Pileover a hand. Oh, one of the OGs in the game. Good sir, Rusty.
Yes, sir.
What is the first thing you started streaming back in the day?
Streaming or content creation as a whole?
As a whole, yeah, as a whole.
Dota 2.
I know, right?
Dota 2.
So right now, what's your primary title, the main game that people know you for right now?
There isn't one, they just know me. They just know me. Honestly speaking, it's, like you said, you gotta adapt. And I've been doing this recently, and it's not a brag, it's just to tell people about the commitment that I do. I've been a content creator a week ago, 9 years now. So I've been here a very long time, and you know, you go through changes, and I think what the thing Snare brings up is you have to develop, you have to improve yourself. You can't stagnate. You are going to find dips and drabs, it's always going to happen. You'll peak, and then you'll remain here, and then you'll take a nice tumble down the mountain every now and then. It's going to happen. Same with casting. You can be, I was OG Dota 2 caster back in the day, but I recognize now when I look back at it, I wasn't focused correctly on the correct things, so that never panned out for me. And then what Snare's not going to tell you, so I'm going to rat him out now. This man messaged me on Skype. He's about 1 year into his casting. I'm about to head out to do more YouTube focus on that. He messages me. He says, my man, I don't think I'm cut out for this. I told him, no. Refine who you are. Refine your things. And this man went to Dota 2 International. So can we get a hand clap for Snare here? because he believed in himself. He did that bottom line. He didn't stagnate. He made his voice indispensable.
Well, you did my segment. Thank for me. Thanks, Rusty.
And that is how you Uno reverse someone. Okay, there you go.
Give Rusty a hand of applause. Shout out, Rusty. All right, so very important. Find your audience. Know who you're talking to. Do not stagnate. They need to know why you exist. Give them a reason. And like Rusty said, he's gotten to the point now. One of the few people who, when they come to Rusty, they're there for Rusty. We'll figure out the title later. Most of us aren't going to have that luxury, sadly. So find the audience first, and then after a while, they'll stay for you. And whoever's left will follow you into whatever other endeavor you do. So the last thing here, find your passion. Let me tell y'all, in casting, you'll probably hear this from content creators as well, anybody that's just involved in our space. We spoke just briefly earlier on about burnout. Ruthie was mentioning how we've all been there. Burnout really, really, it can affect you, it can kill your momentum, just make you not want to do this anymore. The main thing that you have to be cognizant of is, number one, better people than you have failed. People that are way better than you, people that have better talent than you, people that have better work ethic than you, that have better commitment than you, have failed. Why? How does that happen? And we've seen it keeps happening, reliably happens, and I know it's going to keep happening in the future. The only thing, rather, in my opinion, that can actually carry you through is passion. Are you willing at some point to be, when I was doing the international Rusty was talking about, and I see the times and it's like 3 a.m. wake-ups and 4 a.m. starts every day, 12-hour days, and I know I'm being underpaid. How much do I care about? If I cared about the money, I might not have done it. But it's like, well, this is what I wanted more than anything. So I'd have done it for free. Well, don't tell them that, but you know. It's a secret, Josh. But that has to be the way you approach it. Are you willing to do this? Do you care about this thing enough that, let's assume all your life things were taken care of. You don't have to worry about paying rent. Would you do this thing for 0 viewers, 12 hours a day? Do you care about it that much? If not, honestly, you should reconsider. If you do, all right, cool. Now we can start having the conversation about what comes next. Because without that passion, I guarantee not only will you burn out, but once you burn out, you're done. You'll have no way back out of the burnout. I saw this back when I was studying engineering. Initially, I used to be, if you met younger me, I was very passionate. Or I wasn't passionate, I was very talented rather. I was very good at what I was doing within engineering. But I did lack passion for it. And once burnout hit, I had no recourse because I couldn't find an internal reason. I had pragmatic reasons for why to continue. But the internal drive, the desire, waking up excited to do this thing, gone, never came back. And I lacked the passion to be able to do this. And especially given that this industry, regrettably, is an all or nothing affair. It regrettably will eat you up, swallow you whole. It's either you're going to do this thing and you're going to do it for the rest, well, maybe not the rest of your life, but a significant part of who you are is now going to revolve around this thing. And if that doesn't sound like an attractive prospect, honestly, breathe and relax and maybe try something else for a while. Because if after a while, when you're seeing just how awful things can be behind the scenes, when you're having abuse hurled at you by random strangers all across the world, when you're realizing just how much work it takes to sustain a regular level of quality, if you don't have if this is not a life you want to have, it's your life, it's not a career, it literally is going to be your whole life, reconsider, do something different. It's possible, for example, to do a 9 to 12 or 9 to 5, cast every now and then afterwards, but all of the people who are in that particular stage of their lives, you'll probably notice also aren't the ones that are headlining all the big events. They're not the ones getting all the big invites. Not the ones that are renowned and talked about first and foremost. And unfortunately, the only way to get more work in this industry is to get talked about. People have to know and want your product and be like, hey, it should be one of those things where before we've even put names down on the list, we're having an event, your name should be on everyone's mind before you even get there. It happened actually for me at this event. When Rex invited me, he says to me, yo, we want to have a thing on esports, and everyone just keeps talking about you, so I guess I have to involve you. And it's like, well, nice, awesome, means I'm doing something right. When people feel like they have no choice but to involve you, that's when you know you're doing something right. But to get there, it's going to require everything. Like, I cannot stress enough how much work and effort is going to have to go into getting better as a caster. You have to think a lot about how you want to approach it, like I was mentioning earlier. You have to think a lot about which games you want to be involved in. You have to think about how your relationships are going to struggle because of the fact that you're committing 10, 12 hours a day to this. How your other business prospects are going to go because of the fact that your entire life revolves now around making this one aspect of it pop and be successful. Yes, sir. Wait.
So there's this thing in the industry, and
Mm.
I don't know if it's a thing actually, but it's a common, when you talk to people, it's a common thing that comes up, right? The difference between a caster, a streamer, and a content creator.
Mm.
And sometimes it's the same thing, and sometimes it's three very different things.
Yes.
So I think maybe on that finding your passion, I think one of the key things that some people forget to do is to identify, what am I going to actually be?
That's a very good point. Actually, that's a good point to build off of here, because I initially started out myself, yes, I was casting a little bit, but my main entry point into the scene was doing content creation, primarily. That was what I wanted to do. My dream initially was have this big YouTube channel, run some podcasts, have the entire ecosystem in that fashion around gaming, right? But you know what ended up happening? I was doing okay for a while. I hit like 1 or 2 little hurdles, and as a content creator, just making videos and podcasts, I burnt out because I didn't have that same passion, and I couldn't keep going in that way. Then I moved into streaming. I was streaming at some point 8, 9, 10 hours a day on Twitch for way longer than is humanly necessary and humanly healthy, but it eventually paid off. We got that little tick next to the name, but even there, in actually the last 3, 4 months, just before I got partnered, I started to feel burnout, and I started to have to dig deep to be like, yo, now what? And part of the issue is that I kind of ran out of passion, and I realized that if I keep going at the rate I was going to be done forever, and I was never going to come back to streaming. So I started to slow down slightly from 8 to 10 to maybe 4 or 5 a day, and then it's like 3 hours every other day. But that allowed me to at least stay consistent. So I was like, I'm not at the rate of output that I want, but at the very least, I'm not at the point where it's destroying me internally and I can't keep this thing going anymore. And then, fortunately, casting started taking off. People want me to host their events. People want me to be the caster for their events. People want me to do the interviews for their events. And then at that point, it's like, well, here, there's pretty much infinite passion, and it's starting to finally work out. So burnout is somewhat staved off. So it is a very good point, because I burnt out of content creation. I was close to burning out of streaming. But because of passion, it's not going to happen with casting. I'll be out here. And that's the only reason, because my work hours, weirdly enough, are even longer now. Preparation times are longer now. But it doesn't feel that way. The amount of time and effort honestly feels like nothing, because, like I said, I would do it for free forever if they let me, which hopefully they do. And at the very end, the last thing I want to remind everybody about is if you're talented, right? We're all talented people. We all have our own individual talents. We want to highlight those talents, want to bring those out, want to try and make those. It's nice to have your talent appreciated, right? People talking positively about the aspects of yourself that you also like. But also, there will come a day where either your talents are no longer enough, your talents stagnate, you just start to feel that, it's not really cutting it, right? How on earth are you going to keep doing this or keep improving? Because you all hit glass ceilings where you feel, I'm good enough now. I don't need to keep that improvement going. But another way to ensure that your career will die is if you allow that to happen without the passion to force you to be like, nah, this is not good enough. One of the reasons I'm actually so bothered about TI is that I personally don't feel I did that great of a job. Whenever I watch back these replays, I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling this. Even though it's a dream I've had for a decade onwards to be in that particular situation, once I was there, I had a bit too much passion to just let it stay there, to let the level be as it were. So you have to keep improving. Easiest way to do it is just have more passion than you have sense. And at the end of the day, it'll eventually work out for you. Also, another thing on this note, yes, sir.
I just think it could be helpful if you're willing to speak to, so far you've spoken a lot about the talent side, the passion side, how to form your identity, how to sort of craft how you do the work. My experience of the industry, and I think your experience too, having spoken to you, is that there is this sort of dark underbelly of it, which is about politics and gatekeeping as well, and how power moves and how people get opportunities. And I was wondering if you would be willing to speak to that a bit about, you get into a situation, for example, where you're working a gig and you know you're being paid less than you deserve. How do you navigate that? How do you not get consumed by the politics of the space? Because it's there, right? And we have to acknowledge it.
That is a very good question because in pretty much every single esports title, every single aspect of the industry, from front end to back end, like most things, power is concentrated in increasingly smaller hands, and the further you are away from those centers of power, the harder it is for you to succeed. Despite everything that I've said today, despite if you have the passion, despite if you find your right voice, you find your audience, you can still find yourself locked out of the industry due to just sheer simple politics. Over the years, I've been a little bit lucky in this regard. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but if you know, you know. There's a lot of politics, especially in South Africa, and a lot of it is very cliquey. One of the ways I was able to escape that, personally, at least for me, and I can't speak to everyone's experience about this, but I made it very intentional when I spoke to people that I'm not going to get involved in that. We can talk about it, I understand it, and I know what's happening. I know who the movers and shakers are. I know who to talk to if we want something done. But you front load it in the same way that, how I like starting my shows whenever I'm working with people, we front load it by saying, what are we here for? What are we actually doing? What are we doing? Like, let's forget about the payments outside of it. Let's forget about the clout we're gaining. What are we doing? What are we trying to achieve? Cool. We're trying to elevate this product. We're trying to make a better show. Awesome. We can agree on that. Then we can start talking about when the political matters do come up. Then it becomes a lot easier to say, remember why we're here, right? How is this thing that we're talking about now, how is it benefiting what we're here for? There was actually a good example of this. There was a gig I did several years ago. I can't mention the exact year because I don't want to give away names, but the people I was working with had long-standing beef between the two of them. And I knew about this beef. We're all in a car on the way to the event. And you can just feel that tension, right? Everybody knows that something is up. Everybody knows. We also knew the chronology of events, why this beef is happening. When we eventually get to the venue, I take them outside and I was like, guys, listen, I know what happened. This person did this, that person did this. We get it. But if this is going to work, right, we actually have to talk about this. And let's have an honest and frank conversation about why we are where we are in this situation. And after that, right, then we can start beefing again. But let's try and dig down to, is this beef going to affect the product? If so, all right, let's deal with that right now. If we're in a situation where both of us are at the event, I know for a fact I'm being paid more, I know for a fact that somebody else has greater perks than me, we talk about it. And we can say, yo, I know these facts, you know these facts. However, if there is this undercurrent where we don't acknowledge these facts, it's going to affect the product. It's going to make sure that everything is not elevated as highly as it should be, because at some point in the broadcast, I'm going to say something, other person's like, that guy's getting paid more than me? What the hell? But if we spoke about it, it takes that sting away. It makes it that while we're on the mic, while we're together in that space, that thing we're doing is the thing we're doing. So I think it's still going to be difficult. You're still going to have to be cognizant and aware of what the political realities are. Unfortunately, you do have to play the game to some extent a little bit. You can't ignore the fact that that power exists. You can't ignore the fact that there's certain people that need to be spoken to in a certain way if you're going to get gigs out of them. These are just brute realities of the industry, but I feel like that's the brute reality of pretty much any industry. So there's never going to be a one-catch-all solution. I think it also does help how you present yourself to the wider world. Apparently, I'm quite accessible, so I think it's a little bit easier when I'm talking to people about these rougher topics, that people feel they can be a bit more open than they would be otherwise. So if you're accessible in a way, I think it can simplify life for you. Another question for the man?
Hello. I don't know if it's a question, really. The thing is we work with a lot of schools, right? And there are kids that are interested in doing this as a career, especially when we start talking to them about career pathing and that sort of stuff, right? And I think also, from a caster's perspective, you should also realize, besides all of the stuff going on, politics and this and that and whatever, there's also a great responsibility, right? Which sometimes you need to be cognizant of that stuff when these sort of situations occur, because there are children literally looking to do this. I mean, we're preparing children for 4-hour skills, 21st century learning, careers in 10 years that we don't even know exist yet. So I think that's also something just to, maybe just as a point to bear in mind, right?
Now, that is actually a very good point that, so, for example, I'm the first black person to do a big Dota event, and I have to conduct myself in such a way that increases the likelihood that I'm not the lost. Everything you do, there's going to be somebody who's either have a similar story to you, similar personality, similar skill set. There's a younger version of you out there somewhere. If you mess this up, if you conduct yourself in a way that is just bad, that decreases the likelihood that anybody that shares characteristics of you can get into it. Regrettably, well, fortunately, depending on your perspective, our white men in the audience, y'all are fine for now, don't worry about it, but the rest of y'all, do better. Like, you just can't mess this up. There are limited slots, there's limited availability of potential excellence. It makes it much harder for the next person who could be better than you, makes it harder for them to enter into the scene if you don't make yourself exemplary at pretty much every turn. Yes, it's unfair, yes, it always sucks, yes, it's not great to be in that position, but it's also, like Sam was talking about, it's just the brute reality of the scene, the brute reality of the politics and how power operates, and ignoring that reality is also just not a good look. Just, yeah, you gotta be smart about some of these things as well. So, at the very end, so officially we're done here. That's a very low-res picture of me from TI. That actually looks pretty terrible. But before we close it out properly, does anybody have any more questions? Let's talk. Any more points, questions? What do people want to know? Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Maximus from Ghana. In content development, should you focus on building community instead of just developing content?
I think building community is important, but it's also really hard. If I'm honest, I haven't figured out exactly how to build one. It sort of happened organically to me that my community sort of just sprang up. I haven't done, if I'm going to be frankly honest, as much intentional work on improving that side of my career as I've done in other aspects of things. So that is something that I do want to get better at, but there are people who I personally don't think are as good as me, but are way better at the community aspect of things, and that can also further your career because then there's people clamoring for you. There's people around who are just like, hey, where's Max? Where's this person? So I think it just depends on where you feel you are going to be the strongest and where do you feel is the best use of your time. You might feel that the best use of your time is just improving yourself and then the community work will come later, or vice versa. Both do need to be taken care of, and I'm a little bit derelict in the second one, but it is a thing to definitely keep in mind that ultimately the community is the only way you're going to get, it factors into everything because there's a reason why the community exists. If the community wants something good and they know that you're the good person, it's a sort of symbiotic relationship. A big enough community usually will go to a good enough person. So that is one aspect of things, definitely. Anybody else want to talk, ask a question before we close it out properly? Ruthie, what you got for me?
It's sort of along those lines of like the building community versus focusing on content sort of thing. And then to touch again on an earlier thing you said as well, like where do you see yourself fitting in to this industry? It's a partly a question and partly a, I don't know, just word vomit, I guess. But
it's philosophy stuff.
I think community would, be a focus for you if you were trying to build on the streamer side of things more than it would be on a caster or a host side, right?
Absolutely, definitely. And I think it's, especially if you are a streamer, we were talking earlier about the centers of power and who you have to talk to, the politics of the scene. If you're a streamer and just doing content, then your audience is everything. Like, you don't actually have an option in that particular way. Because no matter how many times have we come across like some YouTuber or some Twitch streamer whose content is amazing, like 4 viewers, and you're like, wait, what? This doesn't actually make sense. The level of quality does not necessarily match the level of engagement from the audience. And in that particular perspective, you have no choice. You have to then build your community. And in that case, actually, it might be easier to go vice versa. Build a strong community first, and then work on improving the content quality because those people will just be there forever, no matter what you do, yeah. Rusty is the testament.
I don't know very much about gaming, but how do you build a community? What are the things that you have to do if you want to build a community?
I need a streamer, content creator to hit me up on that one. Who wants to take it? Naledi, Panda? All right, Rusty, you're the OG. You know what to do?
Guys, I don't have a tick, okay? Please.
It's coming, brother.
On either platform. The thing is about building community, it depends on what you want to do, right? So what a lot of content creators do is they throw all their eggs in one basket. So let's take Apex Legends, for example. I'm not saying, and I'm not calling out the Apex Legends people, but you have two types of audiences. One that comes for the game, and one that comes for you. The second one is the important one. Because if Apex Legends suddenly gets uninstalled from the world, half your audience is gone. The other half is staying there. They want to see what you're going to do next. So it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to be an Apex streamer? I'm not saying don't be an Apex streamer. Not saying that. But eventually you're going to get tired of the game, as we all do, unless you absolutely love the game and you've got wallpapers and everything on your phone is Apex Legends. More power to you. Cool. But something happens, the game dies out completely. Now you're stuck with something. These people here, that second point, these are the people that you're entertaining. These are the people that stay no matter what game you change to. I take it, for example, earlier this year, I did Stardew Valley. I know, right? And I had a very large community because I did this whole challenge run. Then I was done with Stardew. I'm burnt out with Stardew. I love Stardew Valley. I don't want to touch it ever again. I love it. It's a great game. I don't ever want to touch it again. When I changed games, half that community left because they were only there for that. But you build relationships with people, and then when they stay there, this is how you build the community. Your social medias, I keep telling people this, you have to use these things. TikTok, before it was actually using content, everyone was dancing, everyone was knocking it. And I looked at this, I'm like, guys, you're knocking a platform that has got huge potential to grow a community for you. TikTok Live, affiliates are allowed to do that now. We stream on TikTok Live. Show them that you're over here. Bring them into your Twitch community. YouTube Shorts, use those things. Any clip that you have from your stream, even if you don't go and edit it, put it up there. Because it only takes 1, 2, 3 videos to build that community. Exactly. Instagram, use those things. You don't have to use the same content you're using on all of your platforms, but use those things because eventually everything filters into where you want your platform to be. If you want your platform to be YouTube, point people to that. If you want people to come to your TikTok, point everyone to that. Identify where you want your community built, point them in that direction. And once you do that, once you utilize your things, you don't have to make 4 TikTok videos a day because there are people that do that. That's what TikTok wants. The algorithms also, you need to learn those things because sometimes you can be a week off of TikTok, not post a single thing. You post a video, cool, it went viral. The next day you post a video, TikTok's like, no, listen, hold on. We gave you a piece of cake, don't take the whole thing, okay? You can have your 50 to 200 views, okay? Calm down, please. We already have enough viral TikTokers out there. Don't get happy. But it's those kind of things. Utilize your platforms, build the community where you want to, and show them your personality. The most important thing out of this whole thing is show them who you are. Because if you fake it, people are going to catch you out. Be real, be you. It's good to emulate other people, but eventually they want to know who you are as an individual.
Yeah. Absolutely. Shout out Rusty. Give him a hand of applause for that one. All right. Dan, what you got for me?
Do you have any advice to give to commentators, hosts, casters, broadcasters that want to get into a professional environment, to get onto the level that you've done, instead of it just being a hobby, being more of just fun, laugh?
You know, it's interesting that Rusty was just talking about now about building relationships, and I think that has been the difference between, there are people who are better than me, right? And I know they're better than me, but they somewhat lack the stature, is they just don't have the necessary relationships, right? Talking to people, I mean, in our industry, unfortunately, the gatekeeper is always going to be a person that's already inside, right? It's not going to be, there does come a level where your own individual talent's not going to be the difference maker that breaks that ceiling. So find out who's in charge, find out who the actual movers and shakers are. Earlier we were talking about some of the politics of what happens in this industry, and it's necessary to find out who needs the email first. Who I need to send this, if let's say I just made a new demo reel to try and demonstrate my new talents, I need to know who's it most effective to send that to. Who's it most effective, who does it matter if they watch it? Everybody else, whatever. But if that person watches it, drastically raises the odds of you getting involved. Before TI, I tried to get into the qualifiers for TI, it didn't work out, but at the time, I still got the content to the right people, and eventually they're the ones that messaged me back saying, oh yeah, BT dubs, now it's actually on, now it's cool. So I think that's, and then once you're in, furthering those relationships and figuring out who else to talk to ensure that you can't get out, right? To ensure that if ever the conversation comes up for, hey, want to replace Dan, of the 4 people in the room, at least 3 of them should be like, why are we doing that? Nah, Dan's a really cool guy. I spoke to him about this. We clearly saw him really improving at this aspect of his career. No, that's a terrible decision. So ultimately, the real big leagues, it's all about relationships at that point of the relationship, yeah, of your career trajectory, rather. What you got from your rest?
This is just one last thing. Snare spoke about passion. He spoke about having the drive. One thing he didn't mention when he was doing this at 3, 4 in the morning, you need discipline as well. If you really want this, discipline is also key. Sometimes you don't want to go to work. You're disciplined enough to know you're going to go to your day job. It's the same with content creation. You got to be disciplined. Passion can fade because passion is like that. It's a roller coaster. Sometimes you're not always 100% passionate about what you want to do. You can have 50% passion, and you're like, nah, the other 50% is on holiday. And then you can have 200% passion, but your discipline has got to remain over here if you are serious about what you do.
Yeah.
And that's how he got to TI. Not just passion, but discipline as well. So can we get a hand clap for Snare, please?
Honestly, discipline, passion, and bills to pay. A lot of motivation can come from that. All right, what time is it actually, by the way? 1:45. All right, we have Mitsuo from Twitch who's standing outside to talk to us, so I'm gonna have to start wrapping up. So I'm gonna let's do 2 more questions and or engagement. If anybody else wants to say anything. Going once, going twice. All right, so thank you all for spending this time with me, for coming to listen to a man ramble, not about games, but about trying to get into the casting side of things. Obviously, it's gonna be a while before the next Africa Games Week, so there's all the various places you can access me. Sadly, I don't have the TikTok, even though I know I should be getting into that, but we'll build that side of things when we can. But the last thing I do want to say before I completely close this out is, and I didn't mention it here, it's very important to actually believe in yourself. And when I say believe in yourself, I don't just mean in the nice, feels good way, right? You have to have a little bit of arrogance about it. You genuinely have to believe that you might not be the best person for the job, but you deserve to be there. You know it in your bones. You deserve to be there. So now it's only about how to convince everybody else that that is the case. So believe in you. You're the first person to back yourself. At the end of the day, don't rely on cheerleaders. Be your own cheerleader, and then you'll find that when everybody else, no matter what everyone's responding to, whether they're cheering or booing, you can still walk away with a smile on your face, proud of yourself. So I'm going to close it out with that. Thank you so much, everybody. And yeah, have a good rest of Africa Games Week. Also, all of you who are streamers, y'all should not leave. The Twitch guy was telling me about apparently he front-loaded a deal between some watch company and the French national team for some streamers where they had to open up some like Swatch watches on stream while they were playing Fortnite, and they got to keep the 8K watch dollars and got paid $15,000 on top. So I'm trying to get into those deals.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Sorry about the wait. I know lunch is due in 10 minutes, so if you are desperate for a sandwich, please run out. I will not take that personally. It's fine. It's very nice to be welcomed here. My first time in Cape Town. It's a wonderful, wonderful city. Very changeable weather. Brought my coat with me. But I'm from the UK, so I'm really, really used to the terrible weather. So this is brilliant. Thanks for inviting me. So my name is Mitsu, and I work as a gaming partnership lead for Twitch. I'm based in the UK, and I cover the EMEA region, mostly currently obviously in Europe, but obviously Middle East and Africa is in my sights as well, hence my visit. So just wanted to introduce a little bit about me. Cool. So I've been working as a game dev for 22 years now. First 10 years in game internal development, and I worked on some terrible games, good games, and some terrible games, as you see here. I think I worked on the first series of the Harry Potter ones, where I worked with all the casts. They were all young, aspiring actors, and after they became famous, they stopped calling us because they were too busy and their rates went up. So they refused to do all the VO work that we were. And I did that for 10 years, and then for the next 12 years, I've been in game publishing. So I used to scour the internet for new games to sign, do some funding, and then the last few years, I've been working at Twitch because I'm in games, and I like to kind of connect the dots together. So that is what I do. So I just wanted to show you my career highlight. Guess who, you guys know who is that? Come on. Great. So I'll show you my best work. That was yeah. Well, you can't see it. It's cut off at the bottom, but it was voted "It's so bad, it's so good" meme 2019. So I am a little bit famous that way. Anyway, I wanted to talk about Twitch, but before we talk about Twitch, I was going to go through the whole idea of marketing and awareness and discoverability, because I think that's one of the key things games and content creators really, really do struggle. So on the left, you see here is an Egyptian, flyer from 4000 BC or something like that, advertising or asking where this master slave is. So this is, I guess, one of the earliest forms of advertising. And on the right, obviously, you've got these Chinese kind of printing template you see here. Don't know what it means, but it's so advertising just goes back thousands and thousands of years. This is the whole point of it. Now, obviously, advertising continues to evolve. You probably see some of these quite interesting, experimental stuff, which is absolutely, funny and eye-catching. But over the course of the years, technology, everything changed. Trend changes, taste changes, the way we consume advertising changes as well. And obviously, this happened, right? Internet happened, and I think the way we consume advertising, the way we consume things, media, everything has changed. So, with the dawn of, digital marketing, we're right in the middle of it right now. And this gives me a nice segue into how we all consume gaming as well. The way we consume gaming has also changed. So technology advances as well, right? So I guess you'll see, this is Lionel Messi from PlayStation 1 day. That was like the cutting edge at that time, and that was acceptable, but it's not now. You guys are like, no, that's not acceptable. So your expectation as a gamer, your expectation as a streamer, everything has changed. It's going up and up in ways. This is, a picture from Aloy. This is a great game, but you can even see her kind of, it's yeah. There's so many polygons in this head on its own. It's just immense amount of technological advance we've seen over the years. It's fantastic. Anyway, um, I kind of mentioned earlier how the way we consume gaming is very, very different. I think you know, when I was growing up, I used to go to like the kind of penny arcades and just spend all my money on Street Fighter or whatever, right? It was kind of in a closed, isolated environment. But now we do see gaming everywhere, and arguably, I would say gaming is at the center of kind of entertainment. Obviously, I'm biased. So here is some example of how gaming, I think, has evolved in recent years. Obviously, Kanye, no, he's not called Kanye. What's he called? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Obviously he's endorsing, various apparel clothing. Fortnite with Balenciaga, who would have thought of that, right? We see Minecraft introduced into the school education system these days. We see Congresswoman Andrea Cortez using, Among Us and linking up with very famous content creator Pokimane to kind of get in touch with the audience they've never been able to get in touch with, and it's definitely working for her. So the way we consume gaming has changed, and the way advertisers and developers has to advertise your game also has to evolve accordingly. So this is something I've pulled out from one of the consultancies. So we've seen an explosive amount of growth in gamers around the world. Could anyone guess why there is such a huge increase? Anybody just shout it out. Why? Why? Mobile gaming. Most of this is mobile users, and also the revenue from free-to-play games and loot boxes, that is just in the billions. It's crazy amount. The games industry's revenue is actually bigger than the music industry and all the Hollywood films revenues put together, and it's still bigger, and it's really, really increasing. So there is a lot of potential to be operating within the gaming space. So, obviously I'm here to talk about Twitch. I work there. Who passively uses Twitch as like a second screen experience? Because that's what I do. Okay. Who uses Twitch as a really like interactive, throwing your emotes and your three-letter crazy words? And, all right, okay. That's great. So, Twitch is obviously a 24/7 live broadcasting platform. It's 10 years old today. Well, this year, it's 10 years old. It started off as a platform called Justin TV because the founder was called Justin. And it was primarily used for esports gaming, But obviously over the years, it has evolved into, literally, any hobby that you like. Actually, the just chatting category is huge on its own. You don't really have to be a gamer anymore. You could be talking about sports, you could be talking about knitting. My personal favorite is the toxic grandmother who swears a lot. She's a rubbish League of Legends player, but she is so toxic that I absolutely love her. There's something for everyone is what I'm trying to say. You don't have to be a sweaty gamer to be active or participating on Twitch. In terms of numbers, Twitch is actually, well, it's pretty big, right? So the key difference between us and other platforms is we primarily focus on live broadcast. Other platforms also have live broadcast. I shan't name names, but they have their strengths and weaknesses. Twitch also has video on demand, like with video archives, but people use Twitch mostly for live broadcast. One of the key metrics you may be interested in is at any given time, 24/7, there's minimum of 2.5 million viewers at any given time. So right now in Cape Town, it's daytime, so most people will be working or going to school, but it's also peak time in Asia, right? So the numbers swell up in different regions 24/7, it's non-stop. And the numbers swell up even higher in the weekends when it's, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is when people spend an obscene amount of time engaged in Twitch. One of the big number I really like from this slide here is that we've got over 160 million gamers registered, just even on a newsletter. So when we do newsletters and emails and push notification, it can reach a significant amount of people. So we do have a lot of exposure to gaming. I think the key thing between Twitch and other platforms is that because we're live, it's very authentic, it's very real, you can't script it. Good example might be, you know when sometimes the newscasters forget that their mic is still switched on and they swear or something and they just realize, you know, it's those nugget moments that happens in Twitch all the time because a lot of times you don't have time, you know, you're reacting to to comments and you're reacting to something else, and I think that's one of the things that makes Twitch great. So I've split this kind of like presentation into two parts, a section for content creators. Jessica, hello, our South Africa's own partner, Twitch partner, hello. And also a section for developers to see what kind of tools and techniques you guys can use to maximize the audience and community on Twitch. So I think for creators, I think consistency is one key thing. You know, based on research we do, the viewers like to see regular content. They like to understand your schedule. They like to make sure they have pop-up notification to say you're online at a fairly regular intervals. I know, you know, our lives are quite complex and you can't really plan things, but obviously having the awareness and being upfront about your, you know, if you're doing 3 days a week and that's fine, but if you go from like 3 days a week to 1 day a week and 6 days a week, you know, it's a bit, you know, it's a bit inconsistent. So consistency is something that we kind of look for. Purpose is almost like asking yourself, like, what are you actually, you know, streaming? What do you represent? Are you just chatting category? Do you talk about trends? Do you talk about sports? Do you talk about, you know, as I mentioned, the toxic granny? She has an angle. I like it. You know, there's a lot of creators who play games, but they just play games. They don't talk. That's not very interesting to me. Whereas the granny, she's rubbish at playing League of Legends, but she's toxic, and the crowd loves her, and I love that. So there's an angle. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not asking you all to be toxic because we don't like that. But we would love to see folks having a great sense of purpose. What do you represent? What are you known for? Like I say, you don't all have to be a gamer. You could find something. I personally like this Alaskan fisherman who puts on a GoPro, goes live stream, and he just goes fishing. He doesn't speak a single word. Sometimes he doesn't catch anything for 6 hours, but he's my second screen guy. He's just there. And sometimes he catches something, and it's just so exciting. You know, I'm just waiting for that moment. So, yeah, having a sense of purpose is always quite helpful. Now, here's a little quiz. I'm sure you guys are also in touch with what's going on in content creators. And I want you guys to tell me who these guys are and what do they represent. What does he do? Yeah, he does crazy giveaways like, yeah? Give away Lambos and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, what's she famous for? Oh, yes. Do you know who she is? She's British, but she's called Molly May, and she does a lot of makeup. She's only something like 19, and she's already like a creative director of Boohoo, and, you know, she's just fantastic. Jay, okay, naughty boy. Okay, naughty boy. Yes, but he obviously does a lot of beauty products and lifestyle marketing. All right, okay, I'm going to go in a little bit more maybe niche. This time I'm going to go gamers, okay, gaming creators. Do you know who these? KSI TommyInnit. What's TommyInnit famous for? Screaming and being a child. Yes, but what game does he play? Minecraft. He's part of the Dream SMP and all that kind of crew, right? Yeah, he swears a lot as well, but he does a lot of YouTube gaming reviews, right? And he has some crazy amounts of followers on YouTube, in the millions. So a lot of game publishers pay him a handsome fee just for him to swear for 20 minutes and say your game is good or rubbish. But he's a very, very influential. Pokimane, obviously, she's extremely, part of the offline TV crew. She does a lot of gaming, and I think she's an all-around fantastic. Yes, yeah. Obviously, he's famous for, playing Call of Duty and, just shooters. Yes, obviously. But they all have an angle, right? That's why I'm trying to kind of say. I'm very happy that you're all very knowledgeable about every single one of them. Right, so continuing with creators. Yeah. Sometimes it could be quite difficult to just be interesting all the time, right? Sometimes it's good to just talk about what's on trend. Could somebody hazard a guess what's currently trending on Twitch at the moment? Topic. Yeah. Like in terms of theme or topic? Just hazard a guess. Maybe something happening in Qatar? Yeah. A lot of people are jumping on the World Cup bandwagon because it's trending, right? So you don't necessarily have to stick to, food or something that, you might also want to change things up and keep it broad so that more people can be involved in, part of it. Something as simple as cooking is something we all have to do one way or the other. That actually increases more chance of, encouraging more people to take part. Like I say, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Jessica over here, I'm sorry, I'm picking on you, Jessica. She does a lot of Gwent and trading card broadcast, and that's great. But obviously, if something, if you're a variety streamer, you could go from trend to trend just to keep the content fresh, because it always might be pretty difficult to talk about cooking 24/7, 365 days a day. So yeah, think about seasonality. Obviously, Christmas is coming up, so there's a lot of charity, season of gifting. There's a lot of charity discussions going on. And obviously, yeah, just getting in touch with, the viewers and making them feel welcome is definitely a nice way to expand your audience. And fundamentally, it's the notion of conveying that you care about the listeners and the viewers. What's great about Twitch is because you can actually see people typing messages and throwing emotes live, even acknowledging their name, every single one of them means a lot. I mean, the toxic granny has not ever recognized me or my messages, but if she did, oh my God, I'll be hitting the sub button, and it's all these little things that really, accumulates into growing your community. There is no one silver bullet to increasing your community. It's a little bit of everything, but fundamentally, it's making sure that you convey to them that you're only there because there is a community. Without them, you don't have an audience, right? So that's basically what I wanted to get across. I'm sure you all kind of know this, but I wanted to get this fast. So yeah, this is obviously what Twitch obviously looks like. You guys kind of know how this all works. If you do look into the Twitch wiki, there's a lot of features that you may not be using to the full extent, which I'll go through some of the examples in a minute. But there are quite a lot, like the chat bot on the right. There's a lot of things you can do with that as well to make sure your static viewer converts into an active viewer, because you do need the interaction. That is the key to engagement, because if you just want somebody to watch you and say nothing, they could go to another platform, But the whole point of Twitch is it being live and being interactive and making, growing your community. And these are some of the cool tools you can use. There is a lot of tools you can use on Twitch as a content creator. I'm sure you're already using some of these anyway, but this is just like the high-level tools that people are using. Jessica, I'm picking on you. What kind of things do you use from this list? Yeah, so you're already doing quite well. And I think, you know, the more you get into understanding the Twitch features, the more, you know, interactive and high quality your channel will be perceived, and that would increase the conversion from follower to paid subscribers, and, you know, that kind of tends to snowball. So I hope the best thing to do is obviously pop into the Twitch wiki, where there's a lot of explanation on where things are at. I know you're violently taking notes, and yeah, I can share the presentation with you after. So yeah, so you can rest. Yes, yes. Your arm was hurting, so there you go. Here's an example of another feature called extension. It's basically a UI overlay that goes onto the Twitch stream. In this example, you are basically allowing the users to vote on something and actually trigger something in the game. So let's say you want to show your appreciation, and let's say you donate some bits, and that might trigger off fireworks in the background of the game. So you're directly connecting the viewer to the game using all these extensions. Video Game Awards, the Game Awards. Oh. Yeah. So this extension is the 2D overlay. We've got about 200 different examples of it. There's a lot you can use. It's for you to just kind of, it's like an app store. You can just enable it on your channel. You don't have to build them. So Video Game Awards with Jeff Keighley, that's happening next week on the 8th or 9th of December. What viewers like to do is they kind of want to take a vote as a community and guess who's going to win the best action game of the year or whatever. So it makes the viewing a lot more interesting because you're actively taking part. And the group voting would amalgamate, it'll be collated as a group stat at the end. So, you can see how all the viewers voted to see if you're right or wrong. So it just makes it kind of nice and interesting. How do I stop this? Oh, no, it's okay. It's just loading. Right now on Twitch, as I mentioned, there's a lot of World Cup chatter going on. There's a lot of football theme things going on. There's people doing, playing FIFA, playing eFootball, wearing, their country's, football uniforms. So there's a lot of World Cup chatter going on. And one of the cool features that we rolled out a couple of weeks ago is called Guest Stars. It basically allows you as a content creator to invite other content creators or even viewers to join your stream. So 1 minute I might be just watching you, and next minute you've invited me to join, So you're actually strengthening the bond between you and the viewer, because I might be your super fan and literally I'm presenting with you. So it's almost like you can arrange your own Zoom call on Twitch. So here's a video of what that currently looks like. Oh, come on. Oh.
Here we go. Are you ready? Oh my God, there he is!
Oh. Loading. Mandatory.
Here we go. Are you ready? Oh my God, there he is! It worked?
Welcome to the stream.
We have 5 people on. Look at this.
Hi, Kat. I can add people from the chat. Here, let me add her in. And Jenny, we are live.
I can't believe it. It works.
Is this working? Oh my God, it's working.
No.
These are my co-hosts. It's happening.
They're falling from the sky. We got everybody, bro. The first ever stream using Guest Star, and so far, I love it.
We're going to see so much of this. The power of bringing people into your stream is so easy after this.
So it's definitely a really nice feature to kind of, you know, change it up a little, you know, inviting your friends and viewers and co-hosting, you know, your show with other content creators really helps boost, you know, the viewership. I'm going to move on to talking about benefits for gamers. In the world of Twitch, if you're a gamer or publisher, we do think that you need to try and understand and improve on 3 big pillars we see here. Creator adoption, you need people to be streaming your game in the first instance. We need to make viewer engagement is basically, you want to make your gaming streams a lot more interesting, obviously. And gaming awareness is, you know, you need to spread the word, right, of that your game is coming out and, you know, X, Y, and Z stream is happening. So there is no one single thing that would guarantee you success on Twitch. If you're a game developer, publisher, you need to be thinking about these 3 pillars. So going, you know, starting with creator adoption, we do feel that content creators, you know, are motivated by different things, sometimes all of it. Obviously, money is a very straightforward thing. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of streamers want to do this as a full-time job, and they do need to earn, you know, a decent amount of living. And obviously, that money can come from sponsorship, ads, bits, and all the rest of it. So money is obviously one thing. But obviously, you know, you have these other things like love and fame. So love is obviously, streamers want to feel cared for by Twitch and the game developers. Maybe you could offer them a free game key. Maybe you could invite them to an exclusive beta, right? Maybe you could send them merch. So they want to feel like there's a reason to play your game. Because at the end of the day, if you don't want to pay them, they need to have a reason to play your game. And obviously, you know, you considering their influence and how they could help your game launch is really important. So love is one thing. Fame is to do with attention. You know, without viewers and without attention, you know, content creators cannot. Well, that is why they exist. Is they exert a lot of influence. So it could be as simple as, you know, let's say as a developer you create a custom Twitch drops just for that specific content creator. Now, you're able to provide something that money can't buy. Only developers could provide like a, you know, custom in-game skin that is themed to you, as an example. Now, money, even if you're a millionaire, you could not buy that because you have to ask a developer to do it. If a developer then offers that to you, you'd be like, hey, thank you. I'm going to stream your game. So there's a lot of ways you can, you know, convince creators to adopt your game. So it's always good to have this in mind, is put yourself in the shoes of content creators. You know, why should I stream your game? You know, because not all games, we'll take questions at the end if you don't mind. Not all games, you know, like Fortnite or Call, you know, they have a huge marketing budget. They can send swag, gold bar swags, and they can all sorts. But as independent developers and publishers, you don't necessarily have the huge budget to do that, right? So the love and fame angle is something definitely worth having in mind to convince them. Twitch Drops is probably one of our most effective tools used by game developers and publishers. It's currently being used probably by 300 game teams around the world. It's basically a viewer reward tool to say, come and watch my game for 60 minutes and I'll give you this. It's a simple thing. It's based on minutes watched. The longest you can do it is 4 hours, so it's quite a gnarly thing. But it's often used to give out cosmetic items. You know, it could be in-game credit. You could even give out beta codes as an exclusivity thing. Again, you know, rarity is a key word here. If you could offer a rare item only on Twitch drops, then you're tightening the funnel of where these is available. If you said it's only available on Twitch, on this week, on these creators, then that tends to generate the hype loop. And hype creates more hype. And you have this thing called fear of missing out. People don't like to miss out. So they tune in, they watch your game, they want to collect stuff. But in order for them to see the item in the game, they need to buy your game. Sorry, am I sounding evil? Yeah, so we had using the drop system when Valorant was going through beta. We convinced them to, you know, give out beta codes exclusively on Twitch, and we made it, it's external optics. We said it's only available on Twitch at a limited time on these specific channels, and we had something like 2.5, 3 million viewers just trying to get, you know, queuing up to get these beta codes. So, you know, you might be speaking and considering other social media and other live streaming platforms, but at Twitch, using things like Twitch Drops, you can really create artificial exclusivity and tighten that funnel to cause a bit of, you know, tapping into the human nature of wanting to be part of it. In the recent case study that I've been involved in, do you remember there was a Netflix series called Edgerunners? It's like a cyberpunk spin-off. So what I did was I went to speak to CDPR, and I said, hey, I heard this is coming out. Could we do something with the content creators? You know, could we try to create hype around it? So what we managed to do was I managed to convince them to allow Netflix to show the first 3 episodes exclusively on Twitch 24 hours before public launch, right? So that's given content creators a reason to stream it on Twitch because you're ahead of anyone else in the world. Even Netflix wasn't showing it. It's only on Twitch, time exclusive. And we sent content creators these cyberpunk chopsticks and cyberpunk ramen noodle balls, right? Just to kind of like, you know, do it. So, you know, I went back to this whole money, love, and fame. Didn't have the money, but it's the love and fame. The content creators who were picked to stream this, they were able to kind of, you know, talk about it on social media and say, hey guys, guess what? I will be streaming, co-streaming Edgerunners ahead of global launch 24 hours before, and I have a ramen noodle bowl. So, so we managed to tap into the love and fame angle, and we had like literally hundreds of content creators who was co-streaming it. And from CDPR's perspective, they didn't pay a single penny to any content creators for that work, but they all co-streamed it for free. So in terms of kind of return on investment, I think it's like fantastic, right? Bit of ramen noodles and 24-hour exclusivity, and they got hundreds of content creators for free. So, you know, it's not all about direct cash. You know, you can, as a developer, publisher, you can offer them something nice to convince them. So going with viewer engagement, as I mentioned, things like extension is always great. So in this example, we have a viewer prediction tool where you're asking the viewer to predict the outcome of the next match. So if I was streaming a PvP match, it's like, who's going to win the next match? Red team or the blue team? Vote now. So you could do that. Now, to add to the suspense of it all, you could actually risk, we don't like to use the word gamble, you can risk your channel points into predicting the right team. So you could accumulate a lot of channel points and lose it in one go through this extension. It makes the viewing engaging. And this is one of the little tools you can use to keep people coming back. How to make your streams interesting. You know, rather than just watching you the same thing over and over again, you're changing how people can interact, which is quite good. In this example in Destiny, you see these panels on the left. These are only on Twitch. It's never in-game. It's only on Twitch. In the first one, you can actually see the loadout and the armory, you know, people like to see how the esport pros do it. How do they equip themselves? What's their strategy? What's their, player class they've chosen? And the chatter happens discussing about this person's, loadout. This is another way. It's an informative panel. In the second example, they've put various community goals like, subscription goals or community challenges. Again, there's something for community to take part. So rather than just watching with their brain switched off, these extensions and these extra features give more reason for engagement. Some hard statistics here. I think some of you may know a game called Escape from Tarkov. It's a hardcore shooter from a team in Russia. Before they came to Twitch, they were like, number 27 or 28 in terms of viewing ranking. But obviously, they came to us, they ran ads, they did custom drops, they gave us exclusive content that, we helped them with co-marketing, and yeah, they just blew up, and, they've been, in the top 10 ever since, which is kind of great. Also really affects the viewership metrics for some content creators. So Pestily, he's an Australian content creator who, almost exclusively does Escape from Tarkov. And as soon as he's part of the drops campaign, he's part of the map server wipes and map expansion, you can tell his viewership keeps going up because he has enabled all these Twitch features and whatnot. So going through the last section, which is game amplification, you need to be able to tell that your stream is happening, or else someone's going to come and watch you. Our most requested real estate we've got is called front page featuring. It's a carousel that keeps moving. There's 5 or 6 streams that we can feature. Now, if a game developer comes to me and say, hey, we're supporting Twitch drops, we're doing Twitch extension, we can give Twitch streamers exclusive access to the game, that's a good business justification for me to help you get free featuring. These are actually for sale, but these are pretty expensive, right? Because it gives you ×5, ×10 viewership just by being featured. So if you could offer something to Twitch, I'm more than happy to consider featuring. We can also help awareness with various things, like we can do push notification, we can send emails out to the 169 million gamers that's on our newsletter and things like that. And also, do App Store featuring. So all these things are things we can help promote your game on Twitch. Obviously, we've got, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Probably got about 17 or 18 million followers combined. We've got regional accounts as well. It's not just in English. We've got French, German, Japanese. We've got all sorts as well. So if you do have regionally relevant content, I could ask the social media team to help signal boost. It could be as simple as you tweet and we retweet. Okay, it could be as simple as that. But it's there is some inherent value in us helping you do that. Other things I do on a day-to-day basis is we can help distribute game keys to the right streamers. So let's say you've got a game coming out and you generate 1,000 Steam keys from Steam, and I can help distribute those keys to the right creators that you want. Because at the moment, I think a lot of gamers, a lot of developers are using like, Keymailer or Rainmaker, or you might be using a paid agency to distribute keys. But I think you might get a lot of freeloaders. That's not the right profile. People just might be grabbing keys just for the sake of it. Whereas obviously on Twitch, we have millions and millions of streamers in our database, and we can target specific content creators that fits your profile and target. Maybe you want to focus on the US and EU5 who plays specific games like Cyberpunk or Gwent or whatnot. So that would give you a really, really targeted list, and we could help distribute those keys for you on your behalf as well. Obviously, we have online events, but we have real in IRL events like TwitchCon that happens twice a year. We've got Amazon retail events because we're part of the Amazon group as well. We also host Twitch Rivals, which is an online competitive gaming show that we do about 250 shows a year as well. So, you know, if the game fits the profile, has a good buzz around it, we could help have your game, you know, featured in one of these events. Obviously, there's other, you know, looking beyond just straightforward Twitch, you know, because we're part of the Amazon group, we're more than happy to connect you to other Amazon businesses. For example, Prime Gaming is really well integrated into Twitch, right? So, and they also do game giveaways, and you know, you could Prime Gaming could potentially offer to buy out some content. So you might create Prime Gaming subscriber exclusive game skins, and in exchange, Prime Gaming would obviously pay you for it or give you marketing dollars, you know, in return for it. And you know, we can link you up with any other Amazon groups as well. And we have a huge sales team that connects brands, global brands, and they're always looking to connect with the Twitch audience through gaming. So, example, I might get, in this example, a company called DoorDash. They deliver food, I think, in the US. They came to us and say, hey, they want to really get in touch with the gaming community through Twitch. So I went to the Overcooked team and say, hey, DoorDash food, your game is food. Can we do something together? And as a result, DoorDash spent a lot of money in advertisement, and Overcooked basically benefited indirectly because their game was used for all the big streams and all the marketing campaign and things like that. Anyway, so there's a lot of potential collaboration. Anyway, this is basically how the three pillars work, right? When you are aware and when you are taking actions of all these things, you have a very good chance of success on Twitch, and that should lead to game sales and loyalty and bond and all the rest of it. Anyway, just key takeaways. I completely biased, but I think Twitch is the best place for gamers, obviously. For streamers, you know, I think consistency, relevant, you know, having a purpose, showing that you really, really care is, I think, is going to be a really key thing for you to grow your community. And obviously for developers, there is a lot of things you could do pre-launch. Don't contact me like a day before launch and say, oh, can we do something? Because it's just too late. These things do take time. So if you are thinking of using Twitch, it's probably best if you just send me an email and say, hey, can we just have a chat about, you know, what can we do? It might be that I give you like 20 ideas and you digest it, talk to your team, and then maybe you might implement 4 or 5 of them because they're like easy wins. If you are really up for it, you know, you could start to integrate things like Twitch drops and extensions, which will require some engineering time, but I think you will get as much as you put in, kind of thing. It's never easy to succeed on Twitch, but there are tools and help available. So I hope this has been interesting and insightful talk. Cool. So yeah, thank you. So we've got a couple of minutes, so I'm going to pass the mic.
Hi, so I'm in advertising, and I'm interested to find out how a brand can show up in a really unique way on Twitch with the objective to build a community for themselves, but, you know, instead of potentially, you know, just trying to sell something, but creating a community. How would they do that?
So if we talk about brands, you know, I talked about extensions. We've got an extension team that does these things with brands. So for example, Doritos would have their own Doritos-themed extension that we can build for you. That in Doritos streams, you know, you see Doritos floating from the screen. And if you click on them quickly, you can get a Doritos voucher that you can exchange in supermarkets and stuff. You know, Hershey's bar, they've all got it. You know, so we can make it very not in your face. You know, we don't really like streamers looking too corporate, like endorsing oh, my favorite snack is, you know, we don't do that. We try to make it as organic as possible because obviously that's the Twitch community has its own culture. And we're definitely, you know, trying to kind of stay away from, but it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. So like a Wendy's, for example, they've got their own channel and they do cool things on there. So is that something that one could consider doing?
Yeah,
Like
we have
doing
a
that approach?
we have a full kind of like creative agency in-house that could speak to your clients to kind of discuss. Like for example, I worked with Domino's in France, and we did a World Cup special where I think if you lost on a penalty match, you have to eat this really super hot pizza that they're selling or something like that. So, you know, we can make it really fun, engaging. So, yeah, we're more than happy to connect you to our brands team as well. Cool.
I have a question. We operate in several francophone countries, and I wonder if you have any numbers in terms of the increase of the usage of Twitch in some of the African countries, especially the francophone countries. And the second thing is, what advice would you have in terms of building a community around a Twitch, especially in countries where it's very the internet access is very difficult, and Twitch is quite, consumes a lot of data, where most consumers there use mobile phones to connect to Twitch.
Yeah, so in terms of numbers, I think since the COVID pandemic started, we've more than doubled our viewership globally. So that's kind of great. But obviously within the African continent, we do have basic infrastructure and power outages and things. So our growth hasn't been as high as we wanted to. But obviously I'm trying to kind of explore and understand the region. So I think obviously AWS has an office in, Cape Town. And so we're going in the right trajectory. But obviously, there are some fundamental, challenges that, we're trying to address. But some things we can't address on our own because, obviously, broadband infrastructure is something that we can't control. But there are, it's a country-dependent thing. It really, really depends on which country you're talking about. But obviously, we're keen to expand our presence in the Middle East and Africa because obviously Europe is a fairly mature market. So hence, I've been asked to come here today. So yeah, I'm hoping I can come back in the future again to see a really developed community in Africa as well.
Hi. So from our side, you said you're looking at Africa, the infrastructure. Are we looking at getting a direct relay to Twitch to stream? Because currently how we operate in South Africa, for us to stream on Twitch, we have to make use of very many relays that go into the Twitch ingest. And unfortunately, most of the time, they don't work. And then you mentioned something about the front page. Will that be something only partner exclusive? Because we've only got, I think we counted 15, 20 partners in South Africa. So not just South Africa, but Africa as a whole. The community here is strong. I mean, we've been at many events. Most of the people here either stream or are content creators of the thing. And last time we collaborated with Comic-Con, I myself gave a whole Excel spreadsheet, 6 columns wide, or 3 columns wide, 6 pages down of just pure content creators, streamers in South Africa. So are you guys actively looking at developing the African continent and getting us that direct access to Twitch? Is Twitch Rival something that you guys are going to look at over here? What's the plan for the African region for us?
Yeah, so the infrastructure and the networking server placement, that's not my specialty, so I can't, obviously it's there to be developed, right? Obviously, and I'm sure the right people are looking into it, so I can't give you a straight answer for it. In terms of featuring, you don't have to be a partner to be featured. All I ask is there is a relevancy there, right? So I'm picking on you, Jessica, again. But as I mentioned, Jessica does a lot of Gwent, broadcast. Maybe she would, combine that rather than just saying, "Oh, I'm doing streaming next week, so can you feature me?" but there's nothing that really stands out for me. So I might ask, for example, to see whether we can tie that in with the game update at the same time. It could be like a Women in Games initiative angle. It could be, you know, Black Lives Matter, you know, Black History Month initiative that we're supporting as well. So if it could be kind of packaged in a nice way, it's much easier for me to justify getting it, because I get a lot of people saying, can I get featuring, can I get featuring, can I get featuring? But I need something back, right? I need, you know, if Jessica said, hey, look, I've managed to get all 15 partners from South Africa, and we're doing like a big costume together, that's a really good package, right? So we want to make sure that, you know, there's a nice angle to any request, because like I say, unfortunately, you know, I like to do this on a value exchange basis, because a lot of people ask for something without giving me anything, and I can't, because I need to ask somebody internally as well, right, to say, hey, can you give us featuring? They'll ask me the same question. So yeah, if you could, you know, think of ways to kind of strengthen your proposal. Twitch obviously supports various social, you know, initiatives. Like I say, you know, Black History Month is one thing. You know, Pride Month. You know, there's a lot of really good, worthy causes that we support. So think of timing as well, and say, hey, it's Christmas, so we're doing some charitable thing in December, and all the revenue we get in this, you know, stream will be for charity for, you know, children in need or something like that. That's a really nice angle, right? So have a think about, you know, how you can kind of, you know, make your stream with a purpose, so it's easier for me to convince. Yeah. Anyone else? Oh, that's behind you.
Regarding Twitch Rivals, would you be interested in moving that into an Africa region, sort of including us into Twitch Rivals?
So Twitch Rivals is based on viewership. So as long as there is interest in viewership, you know, we could host it anywhere. It's not a problem. But obviously, due to the infrastructure, you know, as we talked about, we haven't been able to, you know, justify it just doing it for like South Africa or Africa in general. What we might be able to do, for example, is to do like a pan-EMEA event, and one of the teams might come from South Africa, or because we do that with like the Middle East, where we don't have a huge presence in the Middle East, but we would say, okay, we'll have team of 10, and they're all from the Middle Eastern region. So we could do it that way, but to go from nothing to we're going to do a South African specific event is probably unrealistic at this stage, because obviously the viewership is really key for the game publishers as well, because they don't want to sponsor a show when not many people are watching it, right? So we want to make sure that Twitch Rivals is a mutually beneficial event for both Twitch creators as well as the game publishers, because at the end of the day, you know, they're offering us a license to do this, and some of them are offering prize monies, so they want to make sure. But I think, yeah, there'll be a step in between. But yeah, I hear you loud and clear that, you know, there is, you know, willingness to do it. So like I say, I'm more than happy to, you know, keep considering. And I think if there's enough people ask me, I'll get the message. I know you will. I know you will. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your help and inviting me and listening through a very, very long presentation. And yeah, if there's anything you want to know about, please just grab me and we can share contact details. Thank you. Yeah, so we can talk about which it doesn't matter if it's Africa or Israel or whatever. It's all to do with if there's a community, things or products or people follow suit. I will get that to you. I'm sorry for talking. No, it's fine. Sorry for talking. That's all. We actually need you guys to come to Ray. So next year we've got massive delegates. Oh, it's next weekend. So I don't think you've got time for that. But every year we host Comic Con Africa, which now has a stream of content because we didn't get the Twitch content, so we were trying to show Twitch, hey listen, here we are. I know there's going to be one in Cape Town next year, and then we've got Rage every year now, and we've got 2 Comic Con events, 1 Rage. So if we get you the dates, I'll forward it to you and say, come and have a look. Look at us here and say, hey listen, we know what we would do. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of things we could do, right? You know, some are low-hanging fruit for me as well. Like, you know, so the key thing is I'm aware of what you're doing is a key thing, and if I can't help you, I'll just tell you. It's just because a lot of things is not under my control. It's somebody else. But at least you guys know, and then it's just to get the talks going. Because if there's interest, if you spark interest, also with your thing, if there's a little bit of interest, you guys benefit from a massive community in South Africa that benefits to you, and in that way, that whole cycle that you were talking about comes into fruition. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yeah, I will hopefully maybe meet you in Germany. Did you say April? Yeah. It's Paris next year, so. Honeymoon. Come on, postpone it. I'll see you around. My name's Oxford. This is going to be the strangest question I've ever said. I'm sitting down, my friend. I'm going to need you to get up the phone though. You do that. Yeah. I just want to flex on some people and say
Hello, hello. It's working. Oh, perfect. So hello, guys. Hello. Thank you for coming. I hope you're well. I'm Melissa Neu. I work for Spielfabrik, which is a company based in Germany, in Berlin. And we provide some mentoring program for indie video games studio. So let me introduce the company. So how we are. So we call us a video game ecosystem catalyst, which means that we provide, as I said, mentoring in the indie studio through international program. And we try also to build a cross-border ecosystem with some specific thing. Oops, okay. And we also create resources about financing of video games for studio. Our goal is to foster the ecosystem and to build bridges between Europe and Africa. So we believe truly in co-production. So what is co-production in indie video games industry? Imagine you have a studio coming from a country A. He has a lot of expertise and access to a certain market and national funding access. And on the other side, we have another studio, which is in another country. And what we try to do is to gather them, to improve the quality of game, to work on bigger production, to have a better market fit, and to have more power in negotiation for investor and publisher. So last year, we launched the African Games Co-Production Market, which is a program between African developer studio and European developer studios. So it means that we provide mentorship in game design, gameplay, monetization, marketing, entrepreneurship, financing, and publishing. Our goal is really to help studios to develop their business. And we are glad to have support as the Federal Foreign Offices in Germany. And we work also with the Goethe Institute in Johannesburg. And we support in funding through partner and co-producer. So co-production is more just than a market. This objective is to support studios willing to engage in collaboration. And we prepare them for collaboration through mentoring, and we help them to define internal skills and needs. We also foster meeting. We called us as Tinder in video game industry. We organize 2 days of matchmaking events, where experts gave presentation and coach the studios. And sure, we support collaboration, so we help in communication. Our experts give feedbacks on projects, help on the financing strategy, and the increased network. It was the program of the last year. So as you said, it started in September 2021, and it ended in the last August. And we had several steps during this program. You can see. So with some webinars and online mentoring days, and some for coaching. Here are our key KPIs, sorry. French people trying to speak English, it's difficult. So we received 96 applications through a call for projects, and 9 studios participated to the program. We had some support from Orange and Ubisoft for, it was cash prize for developing some prototypes. The 4 days of online mentoring with 10 international experts of our network. And our studio had individual meetings and collective keynotes. The matchmaking days with more than 100 participants and with 19 free meetings. And after that, we were glad to have six African European co-production working together during 2 months. And at the end of August, a pitch session in front of publisher and financier. Here. So here are the studio we mentored our talents here in Africa. So you maybe know some of them. And how the co-production. So as you can see, for example, we had Alchemist from South Africa, who work with Whitepod Studio, which is based in Ireland, and Space Salad in South Africa. K4 Games with a Belgium studios, and they worked on the specific game. So some co-production worked on the African projects, but we had also, for example, GV Studio and Hartung Autobahn, which is a German studio, and they developed a new game when they met us. So here are the studios. So we had GV Studio from Kenya with the game Uzoni, K4 Game Studio from Senegal with the game Awa the Unmasked, Kunta Kotan from Kenya with the game Iru, Alchemist from South Africa for the game Raps, Kiro Games, Later Art, Space Salad, and with our interactive for the mobile games category. Yeah, just I forgot to say just before it was the mobile category, and here the console category, PC and console category, and the mobile category. And here are our partners. We are very, very glad to count on all this fantastic organization because we really try to build bridges, as I explained, between Europe and Africa. So here are the people who compose the pre-selection jury during the application phase. And we had a final selection with all these people. So here are the mentors who accompanied the studio. So as you can see, we had people from Ubisoft, Orange, and some business development consultants, which they have their own skills and competence, because we try to find the perfect person for every subject, which can be relevant for the studio. And I will introduce you to our program for 2023, because we are working on the new thing. So we will have an acceleration program. This year, it begins very, very more important, because we started 6 years ago with 2 studios. And the next year, we will accompany 40 studios through Europe. And we want to invite some African studios to participate to this program. So we plan to have a call for application during January and February, with the pre-selection and the jury selection. And we will organize a kickoff in Malaga with individual mentoring and some of online workshop in business, strategies, in marketing and communication, and in position, to help the studio to develop their business side. And we plan to also do some webinars and individual training sessions. And at the end, we want to follow up session and next steps meeting to see how we can improve more the studio, the help for the studio. And here's the co-production market 2023, so it's another program. So we want to have also African studio for this program, and as you can see, it's a 10 months program with an application phase, with webinar and our famous matchmaking days, and a mentoring and coaching in Strasbourg for the studio who can be here or online. So I'm here with Thabo, which is from Space Salad Studio, and he will share his experience with Spielfabrik.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, for the warm introduction. And thank you guys for coming through. As she mentioned, my name is Thabo, and I'm not alone. I'm with my business partner here, Tabi. And we're from Space Salad Studios. So before I explain my journey and my experience with Spielfabrik, I'd like to just tell you a little bit more about ourselves. So we are a multi-award-winning gaming studio based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and we specialize in gamification and creating social commentary into fun and educational games for the whole family. And our experience with Spielfabrik has been a really unique one, because before Spielfabrik, before we met up with them and we started the program, we had a lot of unanswered questions about the business side of game development. And because we specialize in the development of games, and no one here in the company had prior experience to the business side of games, we didn't have as many mentors or people that we could have reached out to locally. And with the opportunity that we got with Spielfabrik, we were able to speak with big players like Ubisoft. We got to speak to guys from Orange. We also got to speak to the indie development scene that side, some of the indie developers on that side. And they managed to open our eyes to a bunch of things that we weren't privy to in the beginning, like publishing deals, what to look for. How does an indie development studio survive, And one thing that we also picked up during the program was that there was how can I put it? There still needs, the gap between the European studios and the African studios is so far and wide, is that the program, as helpful as it was, the problem was there's still that gap, A lot of funding is, a lot of European funding is available, for European citizens, but in Africa or in South Africa specifically, it's really hard to get funding. And if you do, you kind of boxed in the animation or film department, which we don't do that, you know what I mean? Like Kickstarters, for example, as well. It's really hard to get crowdfunding, So when we speak to the mentors, it's like they kind of have an expectation, or they ask to find out that, do you guys have this and that? And then if you say no to most of them, which, most of us say, it's really hard to connect. But on the flip side, as a studio, with the experience that we've been gaining from working development and also meeting the mentors at Spielfabrik, we managed to connect the dots and see that this is what Africa needs, or as a young black-owned gaming studio, this is what we need, this is the opportunities that we look for. And this is where they can also help out and where they can step in, you know what I mean? And how to approach the African market in terms of buying games, because we're always speaking about a community, and people in Africa don't buy games, all of that stuff. There's a lot of things that face us, like infrastructure and, software. Also, money is a big problem, because you have to choose between, buying something that's important opposed to buying a game, you know what I mean? So those are the things that we started to look for as Space Salad Studios, and we started to look at more of the business side of game development, and how can we survive, or how can you as an indie development studio based in Africa, survive for X amount of years without getting any funding, without getting any support from government or international industries. So that's something that we picked up. It was really an exciting experience. We got to meet a lot of cool people like Melissa, Odile, Thierry. And yeah, I think going forward, we had a conversation earlier on with Melissa about what they're doing and how we can also help in a sense. But I think going forward as well, seeing more and more people and seeing this program grow, I think having more and more African faces will also help bridge the gaps where the European mentors and the local mentors could work together and brainstorm sessions on share their experience and how they can make this program even bigger and grow the industry, because talent is here in the continent. We have the talent, we have the people, we have the numbers. It's just how can we create a formula, you know, that bridges the gap, you know, that mixes everyone, that brings everyone together and work on a formula that can attract the next generation or the next people in investing. Because a lot of people are speaking about games, but there's this fear of the unknown because there's a lack of knowledge and there's not a lot of people in the continent that are doing it as big, you know. So yeah, that's my experience. And thank you so much for inviting me today.
Thank you, Tabo. And if you have any question, feel free to ask. And if you don't have any question, we are looking for indie video game studio based in Africa, specifically in South Africa, in Kenya, and in Tunisia. So feel free to send us our project, your pitch deck. And we are looking for also for experts based here in Africa, because for us it's very, very important to have the perfect person to help in the better way the African studio, because we know that we can't apply our program in Europe as we do in Europe in Africa.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation and great talk from you as well. I wanted to know, you mentioned the countries you're currently working in Africa. Is there a plan to expand beyond that? I work out of Nigeria, so I see a lot of devs there as well. So I was wondering how far Spielfabrik wanted to go, and I guess my other question was, can I have a meeting with you later? Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, sure, we'll have a discussion after this talk. And to answer you, of course, we try to open the program for every countries we can, but we are looking for partners to help us to build the program, because our goal for the African studio is to provide free of charge program. So yes, and that's why we are here today, to meet a lot of people here in Africa and to try to cover the maximum of countries we can do. Yeah.
Hi, Lisa from Westgrow. So I'm just curious to know which partners you're working with in South Africa.
In South Africa, we work with the Goethe Institute.
Is that all? And I mean, from the South African side of things?
Sorry?
The South African community? You're not working with, I mean, Goethe is German institute, yeah?
Yeah.
So, I mean, is there no other partners that you're working with regards to this program?
Yeah, for example, Africa Games Week is one of our supports.
But I mean, are you obviously looking for financial support?
Yeah, yeah.
So my question is, would you be looking for private sector, South African private sector support?
Private, public sector. We try to gather everyone on board to develop the ecosystem. So we are looking for any fundings we can have.
Have you been having any meetings with South African government departments?
We try, but it's very, very difficult to reach them. So, but with the help of Games for Change, can I say that, with Glenn and Victor, Tatiana, who did an amazing work, we try to reach the perfect person here, specifically in the government.
Okay, I'm just interested. I would also like to get your details and chat some more and get connected, yeah?
With pleasure. So thank you, everybody, and speak soon.
what a crowd. So, hi, hello, I'm Yves Leyabank from Focus Entertainment. You might know Focus, so we are an international publisher. We're doing games like Blacktail, Requiem, Space Marines, Dondon, Blacktail. It's going to come in 12 days now. Atomic Heart, Heart Space Shipbreaker, who did pretty well in South Africa, etc. So we're doing publishing, and it's a last-minute request to have a talk, workshop, whatever. So it's a bit, as you can see, last-minute thingy. So I'm going to do a quick intro, 15, 20 minutes on what we're doing, what publishers expect in pitch decks, and first introductions with you as developers. And then normally there should be pitch deck review, but apparently we're going to try to do something with an example from Nix at Renderhead with their pitch deck, which are already reviewed, so that's easier, and that's going to give you some hints on what we're checking on top of the first presentation. Okay. So first, quick intro on me. So I started in the game industry a bit more than 25 years ago. When I started, so that's me. When I started, that was video games. That's one of the first video games I worked on more than 25 years ago. It's very pretty, as you can see. It's called, at the time, it was very early age of internet. It was called MUDs, Multi-User Dungeon. So these were the ancestors of MMORPG, but way less money and way less internet bandwidth at the time. Then I created a movie production company that still exists, and then I worked transitioning from MUDs, Multi-User Dungeon, to logically actual MMORPG, so Lord of the Rings Online, Rhizome, Dungeons and Dragons Online, Champions Online, Star Trek Online, a lot of online. Then I joined Ubisoft to work on an MMO, but a very different MMO genre, targeted to twin audience, so little girl to twin girls, so very different audience, obviously. And then worked at Ubisoft for 11 years on everything online, to transition Ubisoft, who was at the time like a retail, single-player, offline company, to now Rainbow Six Siege, The Division, etc. I worked first then on the Settlers Online, Anno Brand, Far Cry, For Honor, Rainbow Six Siege, The Division, Ghost Recon, Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs, etc. And then I joined Focus 1 year and a half, close to 2 years ago now, to handle the publishing and acquisition department. So working on, it's outdated, so some we announced, like Blacktail, Atomic Heart, Dordon, Chance of Sinner, etc. And maybe your games in the future. So what we're doing at Focus, as mentioned, we're an international publisher. We're focusing on 3 main pillars. That's exactly the kind of games, the genre we're looking. We're looking for games that brings emotion, that make us cry, that make us shiver, that make us sometimes angry even, with a touch of innovation, and that allows world exploration. So you have games like on the exploration side, exploration, simulation, MudRunner, SnowRunner, etc. Innovation, games like Shady Part of Me or Dordon bring something kind of unique on the tech side, or on the, mainly on the tech side. And emotion, games like Blacktail or Dordon, etc. So Dordon is a bit in between emotion and innovation, because it's fully hand-painted watercolor game. That's basically the game genre we're doing. Premium mainly, PC and console. We're not doing mobile, we're not doing NFT. And yeah. So generally the first thing we're checking as publishers, and not only Focus, is why you come to us. Are you pitching us a game or a studio? Which is 2 very different things, both in terms of finance, budget, etc., but also in terms of mindset and what we should be looking for when you speak to us. So it needs to be clear from your end. If you only look to make one game and you don't care about creating a team, a studio, etc., sometimes it can be worth joining an existing studio and pitch it internally. If you're pitching a studio, then it might be a very different strategy, because one of the strategies would be no one knows about us, so maybe on the first game, we're not going to do our dream game that's going to be very ambitious, very costly, very risky, etc. Maybe do one proof of concept game that will work so, even may, but at least you will be put on the map as developers. Again, same, strongly advising for your first game to get a publisher. Even if your deal terms, even if your rev share deals aren't that great, you will get what publishers are for, among other things, marketing money. And hence to, again, not your dream game, first proof of concept game. Thanks to that marketing money on your first game, you're going to get featured on all stores, you're going to get marketing, visibility, etc. So when you pitch your second game, which might be your dream game, you might first get better deals from other publishers, or you might be able to do self-publishing without even publisher, because you're already on your map, so you might have already a community of players. So strongly advising for your first game to get a publisher. And to be clear on whether you want to make a game or you want to make a studio, again, because it's not the same. Second thing we're checking is what are your needs? Do you lack any particular talents, resources? You have enough game designers, producers, programmers, artists, etc., business people, marketing people in your team? Do you need funding or do you need support? It's very different, and you won't be addressing the same publishers. Some publishers are giving only funding, but they don't have publishing services. Some publishers have publishing services, but don't give funding. Some are doing both. So again, it needs to be clear first on your end, so that you can be clear towards the publisher what your needs are in terms of funding, etc. And then who? You need to do your homework first. So as mentioned, for example, Focus, we're not doing mobile games. So if you come pitching us a mobile casual game, we're not doing casual, and we're not doing pixel art. So if you pitch us a mobile pixel art casual game, even if it's great, it's already telling on how good you did your homework before contacting us, because we wouldn't be useful for you as a studio, because that's not something we're doing. So if you never pitched, ever, one of the suggestions is to start with publishers that aren't your dream publishers, but when you get closer to the circle of your favorite publisher that totally makes sense for your game, you're already trained with publishers that are less relevant, and it's not an issue if you failed. So when you reach your dream publisher, already have trained and presented and pitched to other publishers for several events, contact, etc. So identify which publisher makes sense based on your game, your game genre, the budget range, the art direction style, etc. So do your homework. There are a lot of lists of publishers, or even just go on the publisher's website, see what they are doing. So funding your game, there are multiple ways to fund your game. Obviously, love money, your friends, your parents, etc. Equity, so especially selling shares, small shares, minority shares from your studio to other people. It can be like banking, it can be private VC, venture capitals, it can be a lot of stuff. Be very careful for a young studio not to share too much of your shares early on. The more you have something proven, the higher your share will be. If you start your studio without any game and you start selling your shares, then you might get bad deals, basically, because you won't have anything. So you can, of course, fund your game in the studio through debts, through revenue share by a first game, or through contract work for other clients, through grants, like technology grants that you can, unless I'm mistaken, there is no dedicated video game grants and subsidies in South Africa yet, but you can get some through technology, and of course the sales of your first game that you're going to get. But this is funding, and contrary to what a lot of people might be thinking, publishing is not about funding. It can be, but it's not only about funding. It's really more than funding. What publishers are doing first is helping you on the content. Generally, it's a second pair of eyes looking at your game and giving you advices, feedback, something you might have gotten too close because you worked on it for many months, many years, etc. So you might need that step back from a publisher and helping you on content, game design, gameplay, your GDD, etc. Helping you on the production side as well, doing milestone roadmap. Are they credible? Are they realistic? Do you have sufficient people to deliver what is promised into your game's conception and vision? Helping you getting better deals. If you're a studio on your own and you're talking to Epic, to Microsoft, to Nintendo, etc., you're one among many, 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 many. So your deal will not be the same as when we talk, we or any other publisher, to Microsoft, Sony, etc., because maybe they don't care that much about your game that we are pitching on your behalf as publishers, but maybe they would be very interested into Space Marine. So that's a package deal. So like 99.99% of the time, you're going to get better deals with a publisher. Marketing, obviously. Marketing includes like putting your game on the right stores, on the right platforms, with the right assets, at the right timing, setting up strategy for early access, for community building, for the right prices, per territory, sales strategy, because you're not going to sell your game at 100% price point its entire lifetime. Advertisement, etc. Of course, helping you on the release, especially if it's console game. Everything in release management, certification with first parties, it's quite a lengthy process to go through submissions to Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, etc. And it can be pretty overwhelming, especially for studios and devs doing their own game. So that's part of the expertise publishers are bringing. Oh, okay. And supporting you because your game's life doesn't end on the release day. There's debug, polishing, etc. generally on every game, at least after 1 to 3 months. But especially if your game have DLCs, monetization, etc., it can length for 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years. And either you want to focus on that game or you already started pitching and working on a second game. So who's going to take care of your live strategy, life plan on your games with monetization, DLC, new content, seasonal content, game events, community, etc. Again, it's the publisher. So not only funding, very important. It means that they can be great publishers without any funds adding to you. Great publishers with only fund, but not with all these services. So if there's only funds, is it worth having a publisher? That's the question. And so from our end, the things we're checking, once you've done your homework on what, who, etc., these are the first layer of 3 things we're checking. Game, budget, and team. Can this team deliver this game? Can this game be delivered under this budget? And can this budget be given to this specific team? You're a nice team. You only worked on mobile games. And the project you're pitching is an Unreal 5 console PC, 50 million budget. That's a huge gap from your first game. So here there might be a red flag for us between, yeah, it's a nice team, but they've never done this kind of game. Again, it's a nice team, but $50 million budget when your first game was 20K. Again, that's quite a huge risk. And this game, if you're pitching us MMORPG, Battle Royale, online, seamless, cross-platform, cross-play, etc., and your budget is 50K, it's never going to happen, but it's a red flag for us as well. Everything needs to be coherent between these 3 aspects. And again, is your team complete in terms of talent, resources, etc.? If you're making an online game and you don't have any online programmer or no whatsoever online expertise within the team, again, that's red flag. That's pretty common to all the publishers. Game team, quality, timeline, budget. Yeah, the other way. The second thing we're checking is more about the game itself. Does your game bring any value to the genre you're addressing to? Is this value relevant for the market, and is there an audience for that? By value, it's there's a lot of battle royale game. There had been a lot of battle royale game. There's a lot of roguelite deck builder games. What will make you unique compared to all the competitors? What will make you unique if you're making roguelike, etc.? What will make you unique compared to Hades? Especially you probably don't have the same means, same branding and reputation as Supergiants. So how will the players recognize and how will your game be distinct from Hades or similar games? Market, is there a market for that? For example, as you know, there are trends. So keeping the Battle Royale example, it is still trending to do a Battle Royale now, to pitch a Battle Royale now, especially since there are game development timelines, so your game will probably reach market within 1 or 2 years or 3 years. It is still relevant to do a Battle Royale game. It is still relevant to do a roguelite deck builder, indie game, etc. It is still relevant to do a looter shooter. Some sectors, some game segment and genre gets crowded over the trends, and so you need to wait a bit for the trend to come back. Some trends never come back. For example, point-and-click games were extremely popular in the 90s, up till turn of the 20s, up till 2 months ago. The highest you could go in terms of sold units for a point-and-click game was 300K, 400K. There was no audience to go higher. Now with the new Monkey Island, maybe it's gonna make a turn coming back. We don't know. And again, there is an audience. Is there an audience for your game? Maybe your game bringing value to an existing recipe. Maybe there's a market and it's trending. But again, you need to target your audience. Having a point-and-click PvP online for China, extreme example, obviously, but I'm not entirely sure, and probably a lot of publishers won't be entirely sure that there is an existing audience for that. So you need to, of course, do your homework on benchmark comparison in terms of game genre, benchmark comparison in terms of market trends. Is that trending? Is it relevant for now? And will it be relevant when we're going to release our games? And is there an audience for now? Game market is very different than what it used to be 10, 15, 20 years ago, when basically you were addressing this. The market was the same. It was basically white sea smell from Western Europe, North America. Now there is China, there is Southeast Asia, there is Latin America, there's Africa. So it's less a global market where everyone plays the same game across the planet. There are very successful games from South Africa, but that aren't necessarily successful in, let's say, Canada. There are successful games in Canada, but that aren't working at all in China, Western Europe, etc. So it's more a clusterized market. The good thing is that if you do your homework well, you can find your niche, but you need to know how big your niche is and adjust your budget, and hence which publisher you're going to talk to for that niche, for that game, for that budget. Again. So how to get there? First thing is obviously the pitch deck. So we're going to have an example shortly of a pitch deck, which I'm going to criticize with the developer's approval live. But pitch deck, what needs to transpire into your pitch deck? Pitch deck is the first convincing tool that you have to publishers. So the ideal pitch deck is your first page should tell everything. Your first asset should tell everything, and ideally you wouldn't be needing anything else beyond your first page. Of course, it's extreme, and we're going to ask a lot of questions, and you're going to have a lot of more pages, but pitch deck is really useful. There's lots of pitch deck examples for free. So TinyBuild publisher puts some pitch deck example for free online. A Backbone team, 2D pixel art, point-and-click investigation game, successful. Put the pitch deck and all the entire steps on how they managed to find a publisher with a pitch deck. It's available online. There's a Rowferry. They give some pitch deck example or pitch deck templates. So you can find a lot of these resources online. On Discord channels as well, like Game Dev Discord, etc. You have a lot of pitch deck examples, and really don't hesitate to reach out to other fellow developers. Playable. playable can means a lot of things, but like 90% of the publishers won't commit before getting their hand, especially for a new studio, won't commit before getting their hands on your game. Then which kind of playable, really depending first on your game and second on the publisher's expectations. Some games, like your game is fully systemic. So if it's not polished, if it's ugly, etc., we really don't care. As long as the systems are there, it can be Greybox, it can be cubes, we don't care because your game USP, unique selling product points of your games, it's systems. Factorial, I don't know if you know Factorial game or Battle Brothers, games that are particularly ugly, but extremely successful. It's all about the systems. So as long as we can see the system, that's fine if it's prototype, very early, etc. If you're pitching a AAA narrative game in 3D with Unreal 5, then publishers probably gonna need a vertical slice. So way more costly, way later, etc. So again, you have to time, depending on your game's ambition and budget, when you can pitch based on your game. If it's a fully systemic game, then you can pitch pretty early because you can have like a small gray box prototype. If it's fully a game like As Dusk Falls or the Quantic Dream games, etc., relying heavily on graphics, on visuals, art direction, sound, etc., then you're gonna pitch later on, which means you're gonna need to have money to be able to go up to pitching. And it's a balance because the earlier you pitch your game and the more money you're asking from publishers, the more the rev share deals will go in favor of the publisher. Because the publisher will be taking the financial risk. The later you pitch your game and you sign a game, the more advanced and complete it is, the more the rev share will be in your favor because you took almost all the risk up till the end where the publisher jump in. But you need to have sufficient money out, well, with through other means than publishers to get there. So again, back on the how you build up your game, how you build up your studio, you have to anticipate that because everything echoes, every small brick of your game strategy, your studio strategy, echoes on when and which publisher and when you're gonna get there. Very important, attending to events, especially now, physically, of course, like Africa Games Week, but also don't hesitate to attend your events, to nurture yourself, to nourish, to get information, to create network, to contact, etc. There is no too early time to get in touch with a publisher during events. We're here for that. So even if you just like introduction, especially on physical events, saying, hey, we're that studio, we're considering doing a tycoon game about NFT, against NFT. We don't have the playable, we don't have a pitch deck, but just saying, hey, etc., here's my business card, can I get yours and contact you in 2-3 months, etc., it's fine. And maybe in 2-3 months when you get it, oh, okay, these persons I've met at Africa Games Week or somewhere. So it's not an issue getting early, just to say our introduction to people, and really don't hesitate to book meetings, every game event, be it live, physically, or digital, especially now there are a lot of digital events free, where you can get meetings with publishers. So don't hesitate to book. Again, book on publishers that are relevant for your game genre, budget range, art direction, etc. You're gonna get a lot of refusal, and that's normal. Quick data here. So I receive 1,800 pitch decks a year. I signed 10 to 12 of them. So you can do the math. It's very small percentage of games received versus games signed in the end. And we're signing quite a lot of games. So 10 to 12 per year, it's already on the high band. But 10 to 12 out of 1,800 pitch decks received per year, that's very small. So yeah, And again, refusal is normal. You're going to get a lot of refusal, especially for your first games. It's normal, it's part of the process, but it's also how you improve. So maybe your first game, you're going to struggle finding a publisher. But on the second one, your pitch deck is going to be way better. And on the third one, you won't be taking meetings on matchmaking application because publishers will get to you and ask meeting to you on matchmaking applications. So it's a learning curve and learning process. And be social. I mentioned Discord, of course, the events, Twitter, social network, well, Twitter, whatever happens there, Mastodon, Hive, or other networks, TikTok, or be social, not only for the game dev community, to get the attention, to get the support from other devs. There are a lot of examples from great studios, one that Jason knows well, that has a lot of traction from the dev community. And so part of the organic marketing was done by other devs who really love the studio, Hitfox, notably. Incredible studio, a lot of people from the game dev community, every time they're releasing a game or close to releasing a game, like the majority of the game dev community will retweet, will support, say, hey, Kitfox is releasing a new game, etc. So that's also part of attending an event, being social with the game dev community, but also being social to create your community base as players, to get your first players on hinting, teasing your game, especially on the more niche genre, the more easier it will be to get engaged players. Tycoon games, city building games, CRPG games, etc. CRPG, it's like a, contrary to point and click example earlier on, it's a game genre that there's always a layer of people who will buy whatever CRPG is releasing. Even if it's twice per month, they're going to buy it. So the more niche, the more engaged, etc. And yeah, these are the four admissible tools to get from the previous points on your studio, the difference between studio, game strategy, etc. And now we're supposed to have live deck reviews. Just to give you an example on which acts, what you're pitching to us. Is it a game? Is it a studio? Is it market relevant? Can this team deliver this game under this budget, under this timeline, etc.? Is there an audience for this game? Is that trending, or is it like a declining trend? Is that a dead trend, etc.? Now we're going to do a practical example on a pitch deck. I'm going to be very rude and negative too. Yeah, we can do questions right now. Yeah, there are several examples. One game, for example, Curious Expedition from a German studio, Machine Mensch. So it's a roguelite expedition with, especially for the first game, pixel art, low graphic game, etc. Very hard, like not accessible, kind of ugly, etc. It worked for very engaged, hardcore PC community. It was a very first trend of roguelite, so small community but very engaged, etc. And they still don't know why, but it exploded in China. Probably because it's a very hard game genre, and they have like shitloads of crazy videos of streaming where especially Chinese players can interact online. So it's unreadable because you have like all the sentences appearing on the screens. So you cannot read the action and what's happening on the screen anymore, but you have thousands of Chinese players interacting. So there are some examples like that where small niche games that were supposed for Western hardcore PC audience. In the end, that exploded in China. Some games exploded in Brazil and didn't work at all in North America. That's why when I mentioned it's a bit different than 15, 20 years ago, where you have, if your game worked, it worked everywhere, and everywhere at the time was North America, Western Europe. Now your game can work in Eastern Europe, not work in Western, can work in North America, cannot work, etc. So it's more clusterized, which means more niche, but way harder to be one worldwide hit.
Yeah, and just to dive in, have you seen scenarios where a game has maybe 100,000 people in a wide area, let's say 100,000 in North America, South America, and so on and so on, and you're sort of able to build a gaming business out versus one big area, a tiny population in a big area, as being the niche. Does that happen? Have you seen that? What are your thoughts?
Well, niche, well, China is a big niche.
Yeah.
So yes, there are games that really worked in China, but didn't work that well elsewhere. The opposite is true, meaning like incredible games working well, even that were tailored to like some adjustment on accessibility, readability, interface, UI, UX, etc. Tailored to cater the Western market. In the end, didn't work that well. But you were looking for an example of a game that only works in one territory?
Just trying to understand if you've even had stories of where it happens, where you could have a game that's big in, let's say, 5 different regions, but tiny niches within those regions, right? So it may not be only big in China, maybe big in China, Germany, the US, but
Yeah,
not
like
100 million players, like 100,000.
100 millions of players for PC and console games. There aren't that many games.
Okay.
But yeah, the Curious Expedition example, it works well in Germany, France, China, basically. And that's pretty much it. And China, to the surprise of the game developer. Yeah, I'm going to search for other examples, but this one is the obvious. So here we have one example.
I've come in at the 11th hour, so I apologize. But I think context is important this because I want to put your mindset in the right place. So, I'm from Renderheads. Hi, I'm Nick. And we are primarily a work-for-hire company. This might be a story that is familiar to some people. Most of our business has been built in work-for-hire. We do not operate necessarily fully in the traditional games for entertainment space. We operate in games adjacent spaces. So we build interactive, or what I learned, finally, someone actually told me, it's like, oh, you make location-based games. So we build games and interactive experiences for large corporates and museums. And so you can only play them at a location, and that's why they're called location-based. We've started dipping into the more traditional game space by taking on co-production and porting work, and with that we've been working with lovely people at 24-bit, and we've been kind of learning the ropes from them. But ultimately, what we're building towards is we want to start making our own games. So the pitch deck I'm about to show you now is for an internal project, because one of the things that we've kind of discovered and one of the things that we learned is that it's very easy to build other people's games when you don't have to make any of the hard decisions around what the thing actually is and the design and all these other things. Could we do it ourselves? So we took off a portion of our team. We asked them who's interested in having a go and making an actual real game. Separated them out from the studio, so their own team, they're not doing any services work. We identified where there was gaps, so there were certain things like we don't have that many necessary artists, so we've hired some new people to come into the thing. And the idea was, okay, you've got a bit of a budget, you've got a bit of time, here's the deadline, go and make a game. And we don't have any expectations around how well it's going to sell or anything else. That's not the point. The point is to go through the process of taking from ideation through to execution. Let's learn what we don't know. That's really the point of the science. And part of that process that we wanted to learn was we know that building community around a game is really important. One of the other things that we've done is we've hired a community manager role to simulate marketing and community building and everything else around the brand, again, to try and figure out those systems and see what's going on. And so Metavoidal has been effectively in production for about, we were in December now. So effectively about 6 months. We've started posting stuff on Twitter, and then last week, a publisher emailed us. They said, hey, this looks kind of interesting. Send us your pitch deck. We're like, oh, fuck. So I tasked the team, because it's a learning experience, and I was like, all right, go make a pitch deck for your game. Here's a bunch of materials, here's a bunch of stuff that you need to learn. This is going to be a learning exercise as well. And this is what they came up with. And I've already shown this to Eve, so I know what's coming next. But it is actually a very useful exercise. And again, why this is a useful, and what Eve was saying is go early to somebody, particularly a publisher that's not necessarily going to be interested in your work, and this does not meet any of Focus's criteria. So he's a perfect publisher to show it to, because I'm not ruining my shot. So, Metavoidal. Opening slide. Are we going to do a slide and then critique, slide and then critique?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, cool. So title slide.
So I'm discovering the game right now. Well, it's not true, but let's pretend I'm discovering the game right now. I have no idea what the game is about. There are 3 different fonts on the game, on that slide. So the Metavoidal font, Escape the Void, and by Yellow Lab Games. So in terms of coherence, even the font itself, okay, it's kind of all over the place. Still don't know what the game is about. If I spend enough of time on that slide, which generally, again, we receive a lot of pitch decks, so generally don't have time to go that in depth, I might see, okay, there's a music note here, so maybe there's something music related, but that slide doesn't show me anything about the game. I've sent my email the example of first slide. I don't know if you receive email here. Okay. But yeah, as you can see, it's like no intention on, no hints on what the art direction would be. Font-wise, 3 different directions. Nothing on what the gameplay of the game would be. There's just the words escape, so I guess there's something dynamic of escaping from somewhere. There's a Dublin, like escape the void, Metavoidal, so twice void, so why that? But yeah, no useful information on the first slide. And especially also the color palette, pinkish, etc., can be a bit divisive. So if you're pitching to Devolver, something extreme in color palette, pinky, etc., can be good. If you're pitching to Whitehorn, might be kind of exactly the opposite, because it's more pale colors, more wholesome games, etc. So having aggressive. So here is an example. It's not a focus game, so and have the agreement from the developers to use it as an example. This is the first slide we received on a pitch deck. First, 2 information, but these 2 information were in Nick's pitch deck, so that's good. So it happens that developers forget to put the name of the title on the first slide. And especially for some game titles, we don't know what's the game title, whether it's studio name, etc. So always have studio name or logo and the name of the game. Here, it's a bit like, I just did that 2 minutes ago sending, so it's not, of course, the best framing and quality, but what we can see directly from the first slide. So setting and art direction tone, it's a bit like Darkest Dungeon, Clay, art direction. So basically, there's already a market for that kind of art direction because it's already been proven by Clay, Darkest Dungeon, etc. Cthulhu-esque setting, yeah, there's always a Cthulhu fan base, Lovecraftian fan base, etc. A bit cartoony take on that, so probably a bit of humor because it's a bit exaggerated, especially with the Cthulhu mask. I probably can guess there's gonna be some platforming or traversal example because there's a rooftop here, there's the roof, and there's a ceiling. So it's unframed into 2 different things, maybe with a Metroidvania progression, I don't know. It's dynamic. There's gonna be traversal. There's gonna be something happening. It's not like a character standing here. It's dynamic. The main character, probably the one you're gonna play, is already dynamic and threatened because he's trying to get away from the crowd of different enemies. So again, we see that, oh, there's already a diversity of enemies, and each of these enemies have probably different gameplays. There's this big eye coming from the top. There's probably a witch. There's something coming from the ground. There's some crazy thing I don't know about, etc. And there might be some bullet hell elements because it's shooting, and there's like the VFX on the bullets that can hint something. Already in one slide, I already know a lot about what the game can be. So yeah, that's comparison with the, in one slide, I already pretty much know what the game can be.
So I think the takeaway from here is that, and it came up in Stuart's talk if you were there for that as well, you looked at the number of games that his team looked at. You have maybe 5 seconds if you're submitting a pitch to a publisher to sell them on that. So your opening slide needs to convey as much information without text. I mean, games are a visual medium, they're a visual art. Utilize that, sell the game, try and convey. You need an information-dense slide that does not rely on text to convey as much as you want to be deliberate. And so just if you compare that then to what we had. See. So what, I mean, I suppose there's a question now. So based on that dissection, what do you think Metavoidal is about?
That's straight from the heart. So again, pitch decks is supposed to present what your game is about and what your game is in terms of gameplay, art direction, budget, team, profitability potential, etc. Your second slide is that. A lot of text and two different, in the sentence, in this long sentence, there are two different elements. Roguelike brawler, it's fine, it's cool, it's, yeah, okay, what kind of game it is, it's a roguelike brawler, that's sufficient. But then you add setting, a bit of lore, a bit of context, etc. So it's a different information which shouldn't be mixed with the game genre, etc. Again, a third font, or fourth fonts now. So again, a bit of mixed between why use another font, again, art coherence between using too much different fonts. It's pixel, taking an in-game screenshot of a pixel art game and stretching it to fit into a generally not really recommended because readability, and especially here, we're on a huge screen. Publishers, sometimes when we're traveling, attending Africa Games Week, we receive pitch deck and we see it on that screen. So you can imagine on that screen how I'm gonna see it. Or just a computer screen, but we don't have that wider screen to go into detail, etc. Many different elements on, so yeah, stretching a pixel art, etc. It's not generally not recommended because it doesn't, it's our first contact with the game, what is inside the game. It's not really readable. Plus, we have mixed elements, so we have a bit of art here outside of the game, which is a bit like wacky, kind of funny with like tentacle, with what appears to be drums. But at least this art here tells something. It's a bit wacky, there's a tentacle, and there are drumsticks. Here it's very different art. It's pixel, with a lot of things happening. So there's a monkey, there are different creatures. It seems to have like 2 different levels of actions. There are some codes from mobile game or old arcade game with the hearts, with probably a currency 234 there. I don't know what it is. So it's not really useful information for me at this stage to be submerged by many things that I don't know yet, because I don't know what the game is about. So I'm going to be distracted by the 234, whatever it is, the heart, and also the console controls. So why put that here in that slide where I just want to know what the game looks, what the game action looks, etc. And again, on the color palette, so it's especially stretching, there's a bit of mix of black, there's some critters. Oh, if I look carefully, so on a big screen, I can see it, but probably not on my phone, and maybe not on a laptop. Seems to, there are drums here, like a drum set. Some musical thingy, some rock bands material, etc., and critters. I still don't really know what happens in the game. I know a bit more about the art direction, but there are some very different information. So arcade, mobile, codes, currency, something, two distinct elements, but that might be, I don't know, is that a bass threat or musical sheet? So not really readable. Don't hesitate if you have questions.
Seriously, if you want,
Too much text. Too much text, and especially repeated information. Playing as a drummer, we already saw things about drumming in the previous slides, in writing. You try to escape the confines of a full set century called the band, etc. It's not low dump, but close to, and especially here it's a bit like differentiating because it's a drummer within Lovecraft element, especially if you're making like fantasy, sci-fi, more classic setting. And if you start your introduction by 2,000 years ago, the old wizard is, I'm bored, and 99% of the publisher will get bored and will stop reading there. We are looking for video games and not book you play as a hero or novel, etc. So that's why you need to talk about the gameplay, and not the background story in the lore, and avoid wall dumps. So here, basically the first part, not really useful for us, except the fact that there's a drumming, a band, which might be a cult, etc. Here it's a bit more information. So roguelite brawler, we already knew from the first slide, but the term wacky is interesting because it's already a take from the studio on which kind of roguelite builder, roguelike brawler game it is, and it seems to be coherent, the wacky thing, with what we've seen from like the previous slide, the tentacle with the drumsticks, etc. So yeah, so far that's pretty good on that aspect. Meta progression, oh, that's cool. Because meta progression, it means that it's not only short session based with 1 level, 2 level, and then 5 hours later I just completed the game. It's just hinting that there might be something for replayability and unlockable perks, new challenges. So that's useful information. In terms of probably a bit too much word, but at least I know that it's not a one-time run, and this is a game that might be replayable. Light narrative. That's cool. At least it's pretty clear on, okay, our intention is not to be heavily narrative. It's not Disco Elysium. It's not, there's a light narrative touch, and it's probably coherent with a wacky roguelite part with a focus on exploration. Here, it's a bit different from what I saw from the pixel art slide. Exploration on the pixel art, it seems very confined in one location. So where is the exploration? Text needs to echo the art and assets, which here doesn't seem to make sense. Here it's a different kind of information, useful, but should it be mixed with the first two information? I'm not sure. PC and possibly console, okay. Which business model it is? That's free to play, that premium, what's the price points considered? Of course, it will be decided together with the publisher, but why it's important for you to put the price point intentions? Because first, we need to know what's the potential playtime of your game? If your game has infinite replayability and beautiful art direction and production value, then yeah, we can raise the price point, and then profitability, etc., can be a bit better. We can have a more leeway on the sales cycle. If your game is 2 hours long on playtime with no replayability, first, no publisher is going to sign because 2 hours is refund for Steam. But let's say it's 4 hours, then yeah, 4 hours with no replayability. We know we won't be able to go above 15, 20 euros or dollars, really tops. Because you won't sell the 4-hour games, especially in pixel art, 30, 40 euros. So PC, console, which business model, price point intentions. Controller supported, that's cool. So it's useful information and more useful than having the controls on the pixel art screen, the previous slide.
So the takeaways there's a couple of things to pick out from that. One, when you are putting information into your things, again, don't be overly reliant on text. Right? You need to be very sparse. Rather have more slides with less text, and always make sure that the information that you're conveying is relevant to whatever you're doing. Don't jump from concepts. So like I said, there's things about the gameplay loop in here, or the gameplay, but then there's also things about what platforms is on and kind of other peripherals and stuff. Useful information, but in the wrong place. Jason. Yeah, I think so. That's it.
Oh yeah,
Did you pick it?
good
When
point.
was it?
Hadn't
Yeah,
seen
there
it.
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, so be consistent.
Good point.
Mm. Mm. And the underlying point there is you will not be pitching your pitch deck. It is highly unlikely that you are going to be able to give context to what you're saying here, right? So your information needs to clearly convey what's actually happened. So the reason why the And Possibly Console 2, you will see this comes up in the later slide, is one of the asks that they're looking for is for porting. So they've kind of preempted that. And so, but they're not there to explain that. So as you say, there's all this misinterpretation that can now happen. So information density is important. Keep the information that you are conveying consistent with the point that you're trying to convey. Make sure that you are consistent in terms of your terminology and everything else. And so yeah, and the whole console discussion.
And
That's gonna come
art,
later.
visual assets replying to text and completing
Yes.
each other, not being the opposite, not saying the opposite, or not being unrelated, totally unrelated. Art and small text that you have should reply to each
Yeah,
other.
because you're relying on your art to convey the additional context that your text is providing. So be deliberate with what you're showing on the screen. It should match whatever you're trying to convey. It's not just it's not an opportunity to just demonstrate all the cool assets that you've made. You need to be far more deliberate with that.
So again, here on the art direction coherence, so we saw pixel art. Here it's a bit like different kind of art, a bit like Monster Prom-ish, which implicates a lot of different stuff, a lot of different audience in terms of gameplay, etc. So that might be a cool art, but is that fitting with the rest? I don't know. Again, saying the same thing for the third time on the slide, roller roguelites and metallic. That might be interesting, but I have no idea, does it have any kind of gameplay? Is there some sound or musical gameplay impact? Or just like a setting, it's just a game with metallic music? Fine, but why it here with roller roguelite gameplay elements? So if it's here, I would be expecting musical gameplay. So I don't know if there is musical gameplay, but if it's here, I would be expecting musical gameplay because this is gameplay elements. No, it's just here. It's a slide.
but so
the slide is game elements.
Yeah.
So in terms of game elements, this is a brawler, meaning I would be expecting brawling inside the game, and the small gifs, showcase that, so it's fine. Roguelites, it's complicated to showcase through GIF roguelites, but at least the text die, retry makes sense. Metallic, I don't know what is that again. Rest is gameplay element. Is metallic gameplay? It can be. Like there are two Metal Hellslinger or similar games where music is part of the gameplay element. So I would, if it's there, I would be expecting gameplay elements related to metal music, etc., and probably an impact on my character because let it change you. So depending on the music I play, so here I let my imagination run, while in the end it doesn't say a lot.
So I think the point here is, okay, I mean, so the issue that I have with this, and if you could see my comments when I sent it back to the team, is this information even useful? And so that's kind of that's a question that I kind of pose for you. You know, does this slide even need to be here? Because have we not already conveyed a lot of this information in our previous stuff? Now there's a duplication of information. Now, could this there's a question around, well, is this slide a better way of conveying the information that we've already conveyed, or are some of these other ones a better way of doing it? Choose one, stick to it. Yeah. There is another area here that you don't know about, is so the metallic thing. I think the context here is that this metallic description is not necessarily a problem, but it is setting up an expectation, and now the game has to follow through with that expectation, right? And the hope is that there is a playable demo after this, so people, if they are intrigued by this, they will hopefully go through, does this now set it up? Right? And if you are setting up expectations, you have to be very clear and precise what those expectations are.
So here again, same thing, pixel art, extended to widescreen with control, etc. A lot of different things. Plus, if we can go, but then it's only generally when publishers have time or know the developers already, but purely in terms of art. So again, no, we don't care, especially since it's already been mentioned, controller support, etc. We don't care about that. We don't need that. Especially the A controller in the middle of the screen. It's not readable. I don't really know what's happening. I'm having trouble finding my character. I guess it's my character here. So white on white, almost on white. We're here with the pavement. It's not readable. So my character should be directly visible and probably at the center of what's happening with a boss. I don't know if it's a boss. But contrast, color palette as well. So a lot of grayish pixel art with, I don't know what's happening here. It's dark with thumb, crosses, squared elements, and a blurb in the middle. So in terms of not only color palette, but also shapes, there are some inconsistencies in terms of very constrained grayish pixel art blocks from and blurb and very reddish purple color extreme there. So not only shapes, but also color palettes, lack of coherence in between. But, so that's for the, so it's a pixel art extended, it's not readable. But on the other things, I see some things, apparently there's an inventory system, so it's already useful information. The icons seems to be coherent here on the wacky tone I would be expected. I don't know anything about the game, but it seems to be probably food to replenish or something. So it's kind of, there's an eye, a bone, etc. So in terms of tone, there's an icon, it's fine. There's an inventory system, so I already get some information gameplay. And that's, okay, the trace of blood is at least helping on the setting, probably a temple with this big Cthulhu-like creature. But, so here it's really micro details on the color palette, on the contrasts, but if you're doing pixel art, strongly suggesting to use the Backbone pitch deck example, because they're doing pixel art, really beautiful pixel art, how to properly sell a pixel art game in your pitch deck, which is very complicated. But don't take an in-game, take a random in-game asset screenshot and extend it, because it won't be rendering properly in a pitch deck.
Yeah, I think so. The thing is, you need to present your in-game art. That does not mean taking a screenshot necessarily, right? Unless you have to. And so now the other question comes arise: why is this even here?
What does it say?
What does it say? What is the point of this particular slide in the deck? And think about the story that the deck has told us so far, right? So we've been conveying information around the elements and stuff. Is this visual meant to be building on the information that we've just received, or is it conveying new information? We don't know. Or is it just look how pretty our things are, right? And is that useful?
So here, whoa, a lot of things. I don't understand the logic in terms of blocks on the slides. Game design, yes, I hope you have game design in your game, but is that game pillars, is that game features? I don't know. It's a mix between different informations. Writing on the wall is information probably about the story, yeah, and it's written above. The story, the setting, the tone, etc. So it's not game design. Pyrotechnics, it's VFX, okay. Trouble items can be interesting if it has impact on the gameplay, meaning you need to escape, to evade. You can have combos that will convey from one enemy to the other, etc. But pyrotechnic by itself, it's not game design, it's just VFX or one of the exotic gameplay elements on top of your brawling combat. There's strobel, a lot of different information from many different levels on the global slide that says game design. Gym, pick a perk. So I guess here it's more like a skill tree, probably. With, again, in terms of UI, it seems to be like two different distinct UI, like a classic skill tree where you go from choosing one unlockable from the other one, and gym seems to be, gym square, seems to be more like a mobile screen on the right. Is that the same screen? That's on the skill tree system, not easily readable, but again, another information from a different level, from setting tone, writing on the wall, from pyrotechnics and trouble, and multiple enemy types, which is not a game design information, it's a world building information on how many different enemies, etc. And here I would love to know which kind of gameplay differentiation there would be. Are there enemies that just come in multiple, so I need to manage the mass of the enemies? Enemies coming from the ceiling, enemies coming from the ground, different gameplay, avoiding fire, avoiding poison, etc. Having just the multiple type of enemies, yes, but if it's game design, which gameplay impact they will have?
So I suppose kind of the question here then becomes: is a better way of, okay, one, there's an inconsistency in terms of what is being presented here. The title is saying one thing, the context is saying something else. But let's just kind of take this away. Let's just assume that this information is useful and we do want to convey it, right? Would it be better to say, so we say the multiple enemy types, that becomes its own slide where you can then again convey, as you say, you know, so we should dedicate, and then we can pick 3 or 4 of those random monsters, and in the images of those monsters convey how they lead to different gameplay, how they affect things. Would that be a better way of presenting that information?
there are two information within that thing. One that could be useful into the progression, gameplay, etc. So I guess it's like the previous slide, asset seems a bit like dungeon or something. So how many different environments, levels will there be? How many different enemy types will there be? So a bit of world building on how many different things there will be within the world, which gives me information on production cost, on needed resources and talents. Meaning if you put like, we're gonna have 60 environments, 3,000 different creators, and I see one 2D intern 2D artist, no 3D, no animator, then I'm gonna be worried. So something on the world and progression, number of levels, etc. Can be through a dedicated slide, there will be that many levels, etc.
Jason? And I think you've raised also a very interesting point as well, given that this is an attention economy that you're competing in, right? You need to be, as you say, quickly download important information into the publisher's brain. We are on the what slide now? Let's go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're on 6. So on the 6th slide, how much do we know about the game already? And the critical thing, the deciding factor is, okay, cool, it's a roguelike brawler, that has been established, but what makes this game different from other roguelikes or other brawlers? Right? The unique selling point has not yet appeared. And so, yeah. What is the USP? It is, and you'll see, I'm kind of getting ahead of it, but there's other critical information that is missing. We'll get to that. So you have to think about stuff.
At this stage, again, I still don't really know what the game is about. I don't know, so in terms of what the game is about, but I don't know, roguelite means replayability and probably unlock and meta progression. So it's a brawler, so weapons, combat, it's very important in brawlers. Here I see swords, here I cannot read it, probably 2 swords. There's some different weapons that I unlock through system, that I found through exploration, that I can craft, missing a lot of information there, and still don't knowing. And the drum part, which was repeated on the 3 first slides, I still don't see it, except there's a drum here, that it is just a setting to create some form of uniqueness, and is it sufficiently unique to just drum part? So again, here at this stage, slide 6, we don't really know what the game is about and how it's unique. Good example is, I don't know if you played this game, but So I guess you all know Stardew Valley. If I pitch to you, it's Stardew Valley, but instead of inheriting your grandmother's uncle, whatever, you inherit, a graveyard. You still have to cultivate, you still have to, but except flowers, it's just skulls that you plant and dead bodies you receive, but it's basically the same thing. So obviously, all we know just by that, Stardew Valley within a graveyard. Quick sentence. Already tells a lot on the tone. On Stardew Valley, it's established what it is as this game. So instead of you having to find new words, etc., don't hesitate to use existing strong references. Say it's Stardew Valley in a graveyard. It's Elden Ring with unicorns. It's, I don't know.
But just remember, all of those references that you're setting up expectations that you then need to follow up on. Be deliberate, be concise with what you're trying to do. So, 'cause I think kind of maybe the way to explain this is it should be an assumption that if you are pitching, you already have a vertical slice or a playable prototype, right? Your deck in many ways is the incentive to get the publisher to play that, where a lot more of the information will be able to be conveyed. Right? What are you doing to get them to say, shit, I want to play this? Or it's interesting enough that I want to. Moving on. Also, I think we are time sensitive, so we might need to. I don't know. You good?
No, I think we're pretty late.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
This one, though, it's not related to art style, but as I was saying, like Elden Ring with unicorns, Stardew Valley within a graveyard, etc. Here it's kind of Shaun of the Dead already aligned with wacky tone, so it's interesting. Enter the Gungeon, but what would be interesting here is which part of Enter the Gungeon do you inspire from? Which part of Brutal Legend do you inspire from? So if you say it's Endless the Gungeon for the tone, the color palettes, the extreme colors, etc., and Brutal Legend for the music aspect. But here, just mixing the three without saying what you're taking inspiration from, it's not really useful.
I want to say we'll jump. I think this is just more art stuff. Fine. Okay, move on now to the studio.
So always great to have a slide on the studio. We need to know how many you are. So small indie studio, it can go from 2 people to 99 people. Well, big indie studio, but so at least we need to know how many you're from, extensive experience in game development and ages, and yeah, okay, too long. But Metavoidal is our first venture into produce. Don't write that down. You can say it, but don't write on paper. It's our first venture on our own IP, etc. Because sometimes publishers shares with, yeah, it might not be for us, but I'm going to send to Annapurna or wherever, well, Raw Fury probably more, or Devolver because it will be more fitting. So they won't be having your discourse and the talk you're making to us. And the sole thing they might recall is, oh, small indie first venture new IP. Ooh, too risky. While if you just, small indie studio or indie studio from South Africa, it might be already like a differentiating factor. Experience in game development, and again, you don't need to write the sentence down, but just recent work, porting, co-developing. So don't lie on what you've done on these games. Here it's pretty obvious. Porting and developing is cool. Always write what you've done on the past experiences. One of the common joke in the game industry is how many creative directors there are on The Witcher. Every Polish studio pitch deck we receive, there is at least 1 or 2 creative directors from The Witcher. So there are probably 200 creative directors from The Witcher somewhere. Yeah.
So I think the other thing is, so obviously the team, putting on from personal perspective, right? I've given you the context. I've told you kind of how this thing has come about. But don't sell yourself short, right? you can deal with that. But the deck needs to be best foot forward, be bold, fake it till you make it, right? So again, it's an immediate turn off for some people if you're conveying to, and again, this happens again later on. Don't be too honest.
Here, it's good to know who is in the team, but here, I don't know Nix, I don't know Jeander, I don't know Bianca. Here, I would love to know how many 2D artists, animators, programmer, online, what are they doing? Development, it doesn't say anything. Meaning, development team, it can be 4 programmers, no producer, nothing. I would love to know what exactly these people are doing. Especially, again, related to what we've seen on the pitch deck before, 50 level, 2,000 creators, how many artists do you have? Are they 2D, 3D animators, etc.? So the team should reflect all the needs from the gameplay presentation that you had before. 3D, Unreal Engine, Battle Royale online, there needs to be online programmer, network, CTO, someone experienced in online multiplayer, etc. I need to reflect that instead of just having big development or art and music operation. I don't know what it is.
You got to be specific. What are these people doing? Because they, and this kind of leans to what came up in Stuart's talk if you were there as well. This is also your opportunity because the next slide I think is the ask, which wasn't even in the initial deck. I tell them to put that in. You know, so the whole thing is, so this is, okay, so we kind of know this is a 2D game, so there should be some 2D artists, there should be some animators. The music theme has kind of come across as quite important, so one would hope that there's maybe a musician on board or an audio designer, but we don't know. It's like, cool, there's some people here, but we don't know what anybody's actually doing in the thing, because this will then come later up in the ask if there's a gap in the expertise, right? You need to be able to say, okay, well, we've done these things, but we're lacking this. Can you help us with this? Oh, oh. Yes.
So, if you are already in talk with the people, but they're hired somewhere, and they're not within your studio yet, or they're freelancers or whatever, you can, with their agreement, you can put their name and just, while talking, say, yeah, it's depending on the finding money to get there, etc. Never lie. It happens several times that, especially after a long time in the industry, oh, you see them, oh, I know this guy. And then you talk to the guy, what? Never heard of this game. They're just putting shiny names just to, so don't do that. But yeah, if you're lacking someone, meaning we want to do an online game, but we don't have any online programmer or network, etc., you can put online programmer and TBC, etc., or just say it. It's again, transparency is always. If you haven't contacted, it's better not to put it.
No, yeah, no, so the question is, so if we were to, again, it's like condensation of information, is actually having the people's names useful, or would it better to say two gameplay programmers, one designer, two 2D artists, one animator?
It's useful because we might know the person. And it can be, so of course, if, let's say, if you put Elon Musk, Kanye West, etc., it can be rebuffing for certain names. But yeah, it creates some form of relatability if we know the people. So it's already like, oh, I know this guy or this girl. Or she's great, he's great. So even if we never worked with him or her before.
I suppose the other question is, and I think you raised this previously, but headshots. Putting in headshots, potentially, especially if you want to, if you do not have white men on your team, it's probably a good idea to highlight that. Because for some publishers, that might be a very compelling argument to support the team anyway.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be headshots. It can be like drawn portraits, but at least showcasing diversity, meaning especially for different cultures. We don't know Jeandre from a French perspective. I would say maybe it's a woman name, but I have no idea. maybe it's not at all, so sorry for that. But yes, sometimes we don't know what the first names are, so if there's a portrait, that's cool. So here, so it's good to have a timeline. What we want to check is how long the conception went. And it's large majority of why the game fails is because the conception phase was too short. Then some things that weren't decided, validated during conception, end up being problems during productions. So not only having, it's June 1st, I don't know which year, 2022 probably, but having like a interval. So conception was 2, 3 months, 6 months, etc. between January 1st and January. So having this kind of thing. Production, how long did it went? Pre-launch, I'm not even sure what it means.
What does that mean? Yeah.
You're in production, in development, so you have milestones with actual names from the industry, pre-alpha, alpha, beta, etc. We might not need to go through all the small stages of milestones, but at least alpha, beta, gold, especially for console game then, would be interesting to have, etc. And one thing that is interesting to have also is to have the marketing bits below, just to see that, especially if the more your game is community-based, early access, you want to have a reveal, a gameplay trailer, a teaser, etc. So time that also, so that it builds up, at the same time you build up your game in terms of production, you build up your community, your players' awareness, audience awareness, presence during events alongside, so that it creates the impression that when you launch the game, there already has been some momentum before you on top of the production. It's not like, here it's basically, no one knows the game. There's launch, but nothing has been done to get awareness from the game up to launch. Which probably isn't true, but at least having marketing bits below to...
So it shows the intent that you're trying to do the other stuff as well. And also I think the thing is to be, again, it's that conveying of the information. You need to express a lot of stuff. It's not just the development cycle, but it's the marketing and everything else that goes along with it. And that could be covered in here as well, if that was going. All right.
On that, it really depends. First, publishers, generally there always can be room, last minute room for, okay, within our fiscal we're lacking a strategy game, we're lacking an FPS, we're lacking whatever. So we might add last minute game, provided the game is fully complete and basically we have nothing to do to support the development. And you already have some traction and numbers to support that. So we just act as an agency. It can happen for certain publishers to do a bit last minute, not last minute, but at least 6 months in advance would be the shortest. But yeah, one month before, it's... Yeah. Even just signing a contract is probably at least 2 months for the majority of publishers. No, it's cool to have dates so that we can project ourselves on, or if you say, you mean date between time periods?
So do you kind of do it like a Gantt chart? Is that what you're saying? Or?
also useful information for publishers that, let's say, you're pitching us at the right time in advance, etc. We're going to do a Dark Souls-like game, and it's going to release in February 2022. As publishers, we know, okay, it's not going to happen because From Software is going to release a game in February 2022, and it happens to be From Software and on Dark Souls genre. So knowing also, it helps us know not only on the game aspect project itself, but also on which competition you're going to face at that time, because very often we have non-public information on which game are going to release at that time, so we can.
Yeah, so that was the question I was going to ask, is what about if there is flexibility in the timeline? How do you convey that? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that'll come out of the discussion process.
Yeah. Depending on where the delay comes from, meaning if the publisher is asking you to delay, then publisher strategic reason, etc. It's not. You should get paid somehow because it's publisher's request to postpone the game. So we don't want you to be, oh, let's postpone by 1 year because Dark Souls is going to be great, but you're not going to have any funding for 1 year. No, having like a set timeline, it's like a common basis where you can directly exchange. The more different options you're making, first it can show that we're not certain production-wise, so we don't know, etc. So making option A, B, C, D, etc. Having one global timeline is common base to discuss with publishers, and publishers will say, let's change that, let's adapt that, etc. So don't do different options.
I think it goes back to that point. Remember, ultimately what this is trying to do is you've got very little time to convey as much information as possible, to be assertive about your stuff. I think it's fair to say that in good faith, if you're dealing with the publisher, there is an assumption of flexibility on both sides. And that a conversation will happen. If they say, look, your deadline is never going to happen based on what we can see, we think you need another 6 months. You know, you're okay to have, they say, yeah, okay, cool. You know, but at least though it comes, so be assertive, say what you want to do. Because again, remember, it's driving. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is true. Yeah, no, it's true. Well, I think, but then, isn't that about?
It's from your production perspective. Let's say you're pretty certain that you might be able to deliver within, if you have everything you need for October 2023. In your pitch deck, don't put October 2023, put December, January 24. And then the publisher, so you need to have contingencies generally from budget side, but also from timeline side. And the publisher will do exactly the same and have secret contingency on top of the official contingency showing to. Everyone is trying to mitigate risk. You have to do that from a studio perspective. We are going to do that, etc., in case something happens. And we know things go very well in game development and shit never happens, but yes, it happens.
Again, so I remember this is an interesting example because this was never meant to be pitched to publishers, right? So everything is kind of a little bit wonky, but it's useful for learning lessons, right? And I think that's kind of the point. Which is a pity because we've had this discussion already with the team, and they're redoing it. And it would have been lovely to actually have the next time we'll be prepared. You know, to see how you know, given everything that we've learned now, how would we present this information differently? Okay, cool.
So where we are, so playable demo on itch.io. Itch.io already tells, so depending on the publisher, already tells itch.io it's not like a Steam demo. It's already pretty indie, very indie, etc. What would be interesting to know, doesn't need to be put in here, but at least knowing, if that's a recent, up-to-date demo, or if that's a demo you've done 2 years ago, which is, and your game is completely different right now. A lot of developers are doing that, so hey, we have, we have a build, we have a demo. But yeah, it's like totally irrelevant to what your game is right now. Monthly burn rate, it's a useful information, but not here, I would say. There should be a budget ask slide on what you're asking in terms of budget if you're asking for funding. Basically, what we need to know in terms of budgets, how much your game cost in total, including even if you didn't pay yourself for 1 year, 2 years, etc. That's work, that's money. So if you didn't pay yourself and your team for 1 year, that's X amounts of potential money. If you just say 0, we're not going to count that, and so the game budget, dev funding, dev budget starts only when we get money. Then on the rev share discussion, yeah, the publisher puts 100% of the rev share. So your rev share on the budget. So your rev share will be small. Well, so you will lose twice. You will lose of not having paid yourself for 1 year, and you will lose it again on the rev share discussion, because what you put into the game, sweat equity, not paying yourself, etc., won't be taken into account on the rev share discussion. So, sorry? Twice. Exactly. So even if you didn't pay yourself, calculate how much it would have costed, and it's part of the development budget.
And so I think the other thing as well, so again, kind of the conception here is that comes up to the next slide, which is the ask. That in the ask here, they're not asking for development funds. So even if that is not what you're asking for, it's still useful to include a budget, because it's building up what we've spent on it. This is the value and investment that we've put in.
Always useful to have the budget, even if the publisher don't put any money on the development budget.
Just say this is what we've spent, because again, it's ascertaining, it shows that value that has already been spent on the project, and that will come up in negotiations.
The budget can tell a lot of things, can tell purely for internal portfolio reason, meaning your game is a huge success. And on the other side, the publisher has a AAA veteran team with a game costing $50 million budget. Your game does way better on all platforms, and in the end, we know it costed $500K. It might change the publisher strategy, it might have a huge impact on the publisher, etc. Other thing, if your game costed, you're a new team, and you manage to raise 5 million euros, $5 million, whatever. It always tells a lot in terms of maturity, how much you manage to convince other people to fund your game. So if there are already people convinced, I'm slightly a bit more convinced myself, because you manage to convince other people. So it's always useful, even if we don't put money, to have the budget.
This is a lesson that we've learned working in the non-profit space. It's much easier to raise money for our art and interactive projects if there's other people always putting the money in. Match funding is a magical word. Be like, oh, you've already got 25,000. I don't mind giving you 5,000. Exactly. So move that to thing. We need to. I think we need to move on quite quickly.
Yeah. Just one quick thing. So it's good to have the link to your social networks. When the numbers are small, it can be risky to put them.
And the other thing to convey here is as well, because remember, you're setting up perceptions, is we don't know, it's not conveyed on here how long this activity has been going on for, because remember, it's not on the community timeline. So maybe these numbers aren't low because it's only been happening for a week, but there's no way of ascertaining whether that's happened. Play it safe and just say, well, we're available there. Unless you can show stupid numbers and then just say, well, look, we've already got 5 bajillion followers, and that's a good thing to know. Rather show that, look, we are active in these spaces. It shows that you're putting effort in, and you're doing, you're doing the right things, but you don't necessarily, or do you disagree, Jason? Oh, okay, you're just leaning over to me. Right, so that's the sort of thing, because again, without more context, this can paint a bad picture maybe unnecessarily. Just bear that in mind. Okay, and now the ask.
So, I'm cheating, but you already mentioned that you don't need any dev funding. So what we need, funding. I'm confused. Assistance, maybe it's because I'm not like native English speaker, but assistance, it's like I have a flat tire on the road and I need assistance. It's more collaboration and support, partnership, something that already entails two sides working together instead of putting yourself in need of assistance from someone. Yeah. Exactly. So localization, porting, fine. Marketing, community development, fine. So what you need is basically ancillary or publishing services, localization, that's fine. But then you don't need funding.
Again, don't be very precise with your wording. This is what we need. We need support. What would be the correct term here? Support or
the correct, but it's now it's starting to like ancillary services, but it's a bit like yeah. You can just put.
Would it be better just to say this is what we need?
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. What we need: localization, porting, marketing. So localization, you can already, especially if you have already like an audience in mind. We're doing a game that would tailor for China territory. Localization, FX, China, plus traditional and.
I suppose the question here is, with localization and porting, would it be useful now to say these are the languages that we want to go to? This is kind of what we've envisioned. Or
if there's something
the same
specific,
with the porting, should we say, oh, I mean, it's already there, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. These are the consoles we want to go to. Should we be that precise with the localization as well?
If there's already a territory that's been tailored or specific per your game, yes. If not, if it's only FX, like English, French, etc., no need. Maybe sometimes the publisher will say, oh, the game we see from PR perspective, from whatever, that there is some traction in Japan, so you didn't anticipate it, maybe we didn't anticipate it at the time, so let's add Japanese. If it's classic FX, don't put it. If there's something very important, core to your game, it's a fighting brawler game with heroes, etc., you might add Korean.
Final slide.
One thing here, you would say it's over. No. Almost 90% of the first-time pitch decks, they're forgetting one very important thing here on that slide. Contact. Meaning sometimes I met Nick at Africa Game Week and he just gave me a pitch, paper pitch deck. I have no way to reach Nick now in the team. Or sometimes Nick sends me the pitch deck and yeah, it's not for me, but I send to Dear Villagers, I send to Whitehorn, I send to Devolver, and then they don't know Nick, they never met Nick, etc. There is no contact for them to go directly, so they will have to go back to me, competition publisher, for me to try to get back somehow to Nick, etc. Put some contact in your last slide.
We're done. Yep. Yeah, I was going to say that was the for games. Yeah, as I said, there was information missing from the deck, and it's the competitive analysis and the kind of the critical playtime information.
And something more streamlined on gameplay pillars, USP, etc. Because here I still lack a lot of information on gameplay. In competition, ideally, we would need 2 competition slides. One in terms of content, so it's Stardew Valley with more whatever, etc. Context-wise, not related to just for me to better picture what the game is about. And one on the competition benchmark and mapping, so that I'm doing narrative roguelite to the whatever. Don't put Hades. Don't put Elden Ring. Don't put unique success, especially from studios and brands that build their brand and expertise across 10, 20 years, etc. What we would be interested in general is having one success, that's one comparable success. Like let's say Dead Cells. You're making a Dead Cells-like game. Motion Twin is a good example because they had some traction on web-based free-to-play, but that's like 20 years ago, very different industry. Dead Cells is a first huge success from a small team within PC and console genre, etc. So it's comparable success. It's not from software, it's not super giant, it's not something unreachable. One average game within your range, and one failure. Always interesting to have one example of game within your game genre, budget range, expertise, that didn't go well, so that you can reply and say, yeah, we know why, and we're going to avoid these mistakes. Not finger pointing at the devs, but I think, yeah, there were some, whatever, reasons for why this game didn't work out. We are aware of it, we're going to do better in that aspect, But don't put, and it really happens, I have combat in my game, so I put Elden Ring. I'm going to solve 30 millions. No.
Your comparison needs to be relevant to the game that you're pitching. And I think as Danny said on the previous talk, the failures are often more interesting than the successes, because you need to be able to then distribute or identify why you're not doing it. Okay, cool, thank you. Yeah. We'll say it's that context, that density of information, yeah.
Because the main issue that publishers have small brains. So that's why you need to be better than us.
So it's interesting. So 10, because so the kind of the challenge when I said to the team was like, you've got to keep it under 15. I get it down to 15 slides, 10. Okay. Good to know.
But one thing here is that it's gameplay. Pitch deck is gameplay. There's a tutorial, there's golden hour onboarding, etc. The better your first slide, the second slide, etc., is the more number of pages you can have. Because we will be enticed to go from slide 1 to slide, oh, I want to know more, I want to know more. And then there need to be a progression and intellectual path and understanding path from your slide on. So that it's, sorry? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll say, assuming people are coming in from a first time like we were, play it safe. And also, I mean, as we all know, when designing a game, constraints are that's where all the good stuff happens. So constraining yourself to 10 slides to convey all that information becomes the challenge, and how can you do it? And I think that's the role of the visuals and the art, to convey all that additional extra. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for the critique, and I hope you've learned from our lessons. Like I said, what the pity is that we were kind of parachuted into this because the other people didn't rock up. But would have been lovely next time, and I think maybe we'll do it next time, is we have this, we go through the review process, we get the critique, and then we show you the reformed slides on how we've implemented our lessons. That would be super cool. So we'll see. Yeah, maybe we'll do that next time. Cool. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.